Do 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 do.
Naja, der war
So,
sowieso
prediction, Crosa,
Das hier
Casper.
ist ein Mark 6. Kam heute Morgen frisch von Songnam rein. Ganz cool bleiben, bis Sie sich an die Neuerungen gewöhnt haben. Als erstes testen wir Ihre Zieleinrichtung. Blicken Sie auf das obere Licht, bitte. Gut. Blicken Sie jetzt auf das untere Licht. In Ordnung. Blicken Sie noch einmal auf das obere Licht. Das war's. Und
We
jetzt
won
nochmal auf
19
das
hunting.
Okay.
I guess for
Alles in
now.
Ordnung. Moment.
I'm gonna try a couple of no reset runs, I think.
Bewegen Sie sich, um ein Gefühl dafür
Really, my ultimate goal is to get a run that includes this level, Armory. I'd like it to be in the same ballpark as my current record. Not even necessarily a 119, but I want it to include this level. That's my final full game goal.
Sehr effizient. Bingo! Sehen Sie, die laden viel schneller wieder auf. Suchen Sie bei abfallender Schildenergiedeckung, bis sie wieder voll aufgeladen ist.
Oder er versteckt sich einfach hinter mir. Sind Sie fertig mit dem Jungen? Wo sind denn die Laufräder?
Sein Panzer funktioniert gut. Sie dürfen gehen, mein Junge, aber nicht vergessen, immer schön langsam.
Keine Bange, ich halte ihm die Hand.
Also, Johnson, wollen Sie mir nicht endlich erzählen, wie Sie es heil nach Hause geschafft haben?
Sorry, Guns. Das ist streng geheim.
Dann eben nicht. Tja, die Justierung Ihres A2-Zielfernrohrs können Sie dann erstmal vergessen.
Mann, der hat vielleicht eine Laune. Vielleicht hat ja Lord Hood vergessen, ihm eine Einladung zu schicken. Die Erde. Hab sie seit Jahren nicht gesehen. Bei meiner Grundausbildung war das orbitale Verteidigungsnetz noch reine Theorie. Und jetzt das. Kairo ist nur eine von 300 geostationären Plattformen. Dieses MAB-Geschütz durchschlägt Schlachtschiffe der Allianz
Yo,
wie
what's up,
Butter.
Ja? Thank you for the prime.
Wenn die Athen und die Malta koordiniert feuern, kommt nichts heil an diesem Kampfverband vorbei. Schon den ganzen Morgen treffen Schiffe ein. Man erfährt wenig, aber das wird bestimmt eine große Sache.
Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs.
Das krieg ich da schon raus.
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Oh, come on, that should have worked. I'm redoing it. I'm redoing Armory. You can't stop me. We're gonna listen to that old man talk once more. I really want a good Armory run. I'm gonna do mostly no reset runs. once I get past the like start of Cairo, but I really want to get a good run with Armory. Armory splits. I'm just gonna keep using the same splits because I just want to be in the same ballpark. I just want a good run that's about that same pace. These are really familiar splits as well. Everyone knows these splits. So.
Naja, der war sowieso völlig veraltet. Das hier ist ein Mark 6. Kam heute Morgen frisch von Songnam rein. Ganz cool bleiben, bis sie sich an die Neuerungen gewöhnt haben. Als erstes testen wir ihre Zieleinrichtung.
I could add on an additional like 2.5 minutes to give like an introductory split, but I don't really care to.
Okay. Alles in Ordnung.
I
Moment.
don't know, maybe I should.
Schalte jetzt die Inhibitoren ab. Bewegen Sie sich, um ein Gefühl dafür zu kriegen. Wenn Sie fertig sind, treffen Sie mich beim Zapper. Passen Sie gut auf, denn ich erkläre das nur einmal. Hier werden Ihre wiederaufladbaren Energieschilde getestet. Die Schilde Ihres neuen Panzers sind extrem robust, sehr effizient. Bingo! Sehen Sie, die laden viel schneller wieder auf.
I finally did it, Svo. Finally did it.
Suchen Sie bei abfallender Schildenergie Deckung, bis sie wieder voll aufgeladen ist.
Oder er versteckt sich einfach hinter mir. Sind Sie fertig mit dem Jungen? Wo sind denn die Laufräder?
Sein Panzer funktioniert gut, Johnson, also halten Sie sich zurück. Sie dürfen gehen, mein Junge, aber nicht vergessen, immer schön langsam.
Keine Bange, ich halte ihm die Hand.
Also, Johnson, wollen Sie mir nicht endlich erzählen, wie Sie es heil nach Hause geschafft haben?
Sorry, Guns. Das ist streng geheim.
Dann eben nicht. Tja, die Justierung Ihres A2-Zielfernrohrs können Sie dann erstmal vergessen.
Mann, der hat vielleicht eine Laune. Vielleicht hat ja Lord Hood vergessen, ihm eine Einladung zu schicken. Die Erde. Hab sie seit Jahren nicht gesehen. Bei meiner Grundausbildung war das orbitale Verteidigungsnetz noch reine Theorie. Und jetzt das. Kairo ist nur eine von 300 geostationären Plattformen. Dieses MAB-Geschütz durchschlägt Schlachtschiffe der Allianz wie Butter. Wenn die Athen und die Malta koordiniert feuern, kommt nichts heil an diesem Kampfverband vorbei. Schon den ganzen Morgen treffen Schiffe ein. Man erfährt wenig, aber das wird bestimmt eine große Sache.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
Six, 7, 8.
Ich werfe eine Granate! Granate! Was hab ich Ihnen denn getan?
Besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Ich sehe zu, ob ich es erwische, okay? Wir stecken in Schwierigkeiten! Au! Ich habe es getötet!
Let me in.
Ah!
Come on.
Das ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
We're doing it again. Yo, what up, Grenade? How's the back to office life? It blows, yeah. I'm not surprised.
Naja, der war sowieso völlig veraltet. Das hier ist ein Mark 6. Kam heute Morgen frisch von Songnam rein. Ganz cool bleiben, bis sie sich an die Neuerungen gewöhnt haben.
How many times do I think I've seen that intro cutscene? Well, for the last like year that I've been grinding, I haven't been playing this introduction because it's been a waste of my time. But I just recently got the world record, and now I want to do a good run that includes it because it is part of the game. We skip it because it's boring for the speedrun, but I want to get a good run that includes it because it feels more complete. That's fun, Crinny.
Passen Sie gut auf, denn ich erkläre das nur einmal. Hier werden Ihre wiederaufladbaren Energien...
You seem like the kind of guy who nicknames their Pokemon as well, right? I never was like into nicknaming my Pokemon, but I feel like a lot of people, most people probably did. Yeah, you nicknamed them all. Yeah.
Oder versteckt sich einfach hinter mir. Sind Sie fertig mit dem Jungen? Wo sind denn die Laufräder?
Sein Panzer funktioniert gut. Sie dürfen gehen, mein Junge.
I would always just leave it as like the normal name.
Ich halte ihm die Hand.
Dragons or... That's great.
Wollen Sie mir nicht endlich erzählen, wie Sie es heil nach Hause geschafft haben?
Sorry, Guns. Das ist streng geheim.
Dann eben nicht. Tja, die Justierung Ihres A2-Zielfernrohrs können Sie dann erstmal...
You got your 360 working, Rogue? Does that mean you're gonna be doing Halo 2 Classic runs soon?
Die Erde. Hab sie seit Jahren nicht gesehen. Bei meiner Grundausbildung war das orbitale Verteidigungsnetz noch reine Theorie. Und jetzt das. Kairo ist nur eine von 300 geostationären Plattformen. Dieses MAB-Geschütz durchschlägt Schlachtschiffe der Allianz wie Butter. Wenn die Athen und die Malta koordiniert feuern.
I actually hated Pokemon with nicknames. Like, I don't know, whenever you got a traded Pokemon, like in-game or from somebody else, you couldn't change its nickname. And I always hated that. Maybe you could in later generations, I'm not sure. I'm only talking like the super early ones.
Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs.
Get a cat, name it cat. Oh, you've got no idea, Crinny. Literally, some of the cats that my family had in my life, one of them was named Big Cat. Big Cat was great. One of them was named Kitty. I didn't actually name these pets either. These weren't even my cats. Please, someone just show yourself. Not bad.
Oh oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau.
I think animals with human names are hilarious. People who name their dog like Greg and then talk about like having to go home and feed Greg. What the fuck are you talking about, lady? You live alone. Oh, you have a cat named Greg. I get it. You've met a dog named Kevin before, yeah. Who's naming their pets regular, normal human names? That's crazy. I should go for all IO records. I might. I don't know. Some of them are pretty big grinds. And I just came off of a pretty big grind, so I don't know if I'm ready to hop back in on such a monotonous one. Full game legendary, at least I get to see all of the levels. When you do an IL grind, you're playing sometimes the first 5 seconds of a level thousands and thousands and thousands of times. It's a different type of grind. And there's a couple of those levels that are gonna be pretty hard. But I'm gonna go for a few more. I still want to get Sacred Icon. I still want to get Oracle. So that'll be 4 records to take. If I take Easy and Legendary of both.
Okay. Alles in Ordnung. Moment. Ich schalte jetzt die Inhibitoren ab. Bewegen Sie sich, um ein Gefühl dafür zu kriegen. Wenn Sie fertig sind, treffen Sie mich beim Zapper.
How many ILs do I have? I have 19, I think. There's 30 total records. If you count full game and ILs, there's 30 records. And I have 19 of them.
Bingo! Sehen Sie, die laden viel schneller wieder auf. Suchen Sie bei abfallender Schildenergie Deckung, bis sie wieder voll aufgeladen ist.
Oder er versteckt sich einfach hinter mir. Sind Sie fertig mit dem Jungen? Wo sind denn die Laufräder?
Sein Panzer funktioniert gut. Sie dürfen gehen, mein Junge, aber nicht vergessen, immer schön langsam.
Keine Bange, ich halte ihm die Hand.
Also, Johnson, wollen Sie mir nicht endlich erzählen, wie Sie es heil nach Hause geschafft haben?
Sorry, Guns. Das ist streng geheim.
Dann eben nicht. Tja, die Justierung Ihres A2-Zielfernrohrs können Sie dann erstmal vergessen.
Mann, der hat vielleicht eine Laune. Vielleicht hat ja Lord Hood vergessen, ihm eine Einladung zu schicken. Die Erde. Hab sie seit Jahren nicht gesehen. Bei meiner Grundausbildung war das orbitale Verteidigungsnetz noch reine Theorie. Und jetzt das. Kairo ist nur
I want to get one good run with Armory today. It's going to be a little bit of a boring stream regrinding the start here, but it shouldn't take me too long to get out of Cairo. That last one I should have made it out. Also, it sounds like they're about to start doing some yard work. They're starting up the engines. Pretty sure they're not supposed to start till 9. It's 8:40. It's like they're fucking sitting at the starting line, revving their engines, getting ready to go. What up, Grave? Oh. Looks like it's time. Start your engines. Shout out through a window and shake my fist like an angry old man. It's my money and I need it now. Wait, that's not what I'm supposed to yell. I can't do it, man. We're gonna be watching this cutscene a lot today, apparently. I just want one good Armory run. And then I'm probably gonna do some Sacred Icon. I think that's the plan of today's stream. One good full game run, then some Sacred Icon grinding.
Naja, der war sowieso völlig veraltet. Das hier ist ein Mark 6. Kam heute Morgen frisch von Songnam rein. Ganz cool bleiben, bis sie sich an die Neuerungen gewöhnt haben. Als erstes testen wir Ihre Zieleinrichtung. Blicken Sie auf das obere Licht.
It's my money and I
Gut,
need it
blicken Sie jetzt auf
now.
das untere Licht. In
You guys
Ordnung.
remember those
Blicken Sie noch einmal
commercials?
auf das obere Licht.
Do those still play?
Und jetzt nochmal auf das untere. Okay. Alles in Ordnung. Moment. Ich schalte jetzt die Inhibitoren ab. Bewegen Sie sich, um ein Gefühl dafür zu kriegen. Wenn Sie fertig sind, treffen Sie mich beim Zapper. Passen Sie gut auf, denn ich erkläre das nur einmal. Hier werden Ihre wiederaufladbaren Energieschilde getestet. Die Schilde Ihres neuen Panzers sind...
I stream all of my like media on well-known reputable websites, so I don't ever see any advertisements, and it's always really weird whenever I like go somewhere and like hang out with people and like TV or some shows on and there's just like random ads in the middle. I don't know how people do it. Even the sports like programming that I watch, most of the streams are like direct feed, so when the commercial breaks play, you don't actually even get commercial breaks. It just says like with the big like red screen like TNT will be right back, or like commercial break in progress, be right back. So like how do those sites have access to those ad-free streams? I don't really know how they do that. But you can get basketball that way.
Bei meiner Grundausbildung war das orbitale Verteidigungsnetz noch reine Theorie. Und jetzt das. Kairo ist nur
That's how YouTube TV is? So they're probably just restreams of YouTube TV. Is that what it is? That makes sense.
Wenn die Athen und die Malta koordiniert feuern, kommt nichts heil an diesem Kampfverband vorbei.
I mean, I pay for YouTube TV, and that's where I watch it on my reputable streaming website.
Eine große Sache.
Alarm. Entertruppen unterwegs.
No, way did that know.
Entertruppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Aufpassen! Autsch! Sir! Sir, ich könnte wirklich Ihre Hilfe brauchen.
Let me in. I'm keeping it for now. I don't want to restart yet. Played enough arm. Okay, I'm restarting. We haven't played enough Armory. Do you think that the timer resets automatically when I do restart missions, Build OJ? I wish. It does not. MCC players have that feature, but I'm playing on Classic, so I have to manually split. It happens whenever I push my keyboard, so I can just push it whenever. Hello, Melly.
ja. Der war
You know,
sowieso
I spleam,
voll
you
verheizt.
spleam,
Das hier ist
he,
ein
she,
Mark
me,
6.
spleams,
Heute Morgen frisch von Sonnenuntergang.
spleemology,
Ganz
the
cool
study of the
bleiben,
spleem.
bis Sie sich an die Neuerungen gewöhnt haben.
I think they teach
Als
this in
erstes
first
testen
grade.
wir Ihre Zieleinrichtung. Blicken Sie auf das obere Licht, bitte. Gut. Blicken Sie jetzt auf das untere Licht. In
What up,
Ordnung.
Nito?
Blicken Sie noch einmal auf das obere Licht. Das war's. Und jetzt nochmal auf das untere. Okay. Alles in Ordnung. Moment. Ich schalte jetzt die Inhibitoren ab. Bewegen Sie sich, um ein Gefühl dafür zu kriegen. Wenn Sie fertig sind, treffen Sie mich beim Zapper.
Yep, gotta get them all, Nito. Gotta get it.
Ihre wiederaufladbaren Energieschilde getestet. Die Schilde Ihres neuen Panzers sind extrem
You
robust.
tried
und sehr
setting it
effizient.
to W for Wumbo,
Sehen Sie, die laden viel schneller
but
wieder
it's
auf.
set to M for Mini. Where does it save time? Like right now?
Suchen Sie bei abfallender Schildenergiedeckung, bis sie wieder voll aufgeladen ist.
Oder er versteckt sich einfach hinter mir. Sind Sie fertig mit dem Jungen?
So for instance, Master Guns isn't gonna start walking until they finish talking,
Also halten Sie sich zurück.
and he finishes his dialogue slightly faster in German.
Immer schön langsam.
Keine Bange, ich halte ihm die Hand.
Also, Johnson, wollen Sie mir nicht endlich erzählen, wie Sie es heil nach Hause geschafft haben?
Sorry, Guns. Das ist streng geheim.
Dann eben nicht. Tja, die Justierung Ihres A2-Zielfernrohrs können Sie dann erstmal vergessen.
Mann, der hat vielleicht eine Laune. Vielleicht hat ja Lord Hood vergessen, ihm eine Einladung zu schicken. Die Erde. Hab sie seit Jahren nicht gesehen. Bei meiner Grundausbildung war das orbitale Verteidigungsnetz noch reine Theorie. Und jetzt das.
And that is just one example. There's like places throughout the entire run where dialogue saves
Dieses
time.
MAB-Geschütz durchschlägt Schlachtschiffe der Allianz wie Butter. In die Athen und die Malta
And if Armory is not included in the run, how am I playing Armory? Checkmate.
Schon den ganzen Morgen treffen Schiffe ein. Man erfährt wenig, aber das wird bestimmt eine große Sache.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Keine Info. Wiederhole. Das ist eine Alarm. Entertruppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die
I'm gonna ride the train again. Gonna have them. It's gonna be a nice train stream. Yeah, we're doing it. We're riding the train again. I'm gonna get one run out of Armory and Cairo together. That's the goal. Just one. And then I will probably do some Sacred Icon ILs after that. It doesn't have to be a perfect Cairo, but I want it to be good.
Der war sowieso völlig veraltet. Das hier ist ein Mark 6. Kam heute Morgen frisch von Songnam rein. Ganz cool bleiben, bis Sie sich an die Neuerungen gewöhnt haben. Als erstes testen wir Ihre Zieleinrichtung. Blicken Sie auf das obere Licht, bitte. Gut, blicken Sie jetzt auf das untere Licht. In Ordnung. Blicken Sie noch einmal auf das obere Licht. Das war's. Und jetzt nochmal auf das untere. Okay. Alles in Ordnung. Moment. Ich schalte jetzt die Inhibitoren. Bewegen Sie sich, um ein Gefühl dafür zu kriegen. Wenn Sie fertig sind, treffen Sie mich beim Zapper. Passen Sie gut auf, denn ich erkläre das nur einmal. Hier werden Ihre wiederaufladbaren Energieschilde getestet. Die Schilde Ihres neuen Panzers sind extrem robust, sehr effizient. Bingo! Sehen Sie, die laden viel schneller wieder auf.
Yo, what's up, Action Man?
Sie bei abfallender Schildenergiedeckung, bis sie wieder voll aufgeladen ist.
Oder er versteckt sich einfach hinter mir. Sind Sie fertig mit dem Jungen? Wo sind denn die Laufräder?
Sein Panzer funktioniert gut, Johnson. Also halten Sie sich zurück. Sie dürfen gehen, mein Junge, aber nicht vergessen, immer schön langsam.
Keine Bange, ich halte ihm die Hand.
I've been thinking about doing some all skulls on stuff.
Also, Johnson, wollen Sie mir nicht endlich erzählen...
Doing some speed, like full game all skulls on speedruns.
Sorry, Guns. Das ist streng geheim.
Dann eben nicht. Tja, die Justierung Ihres A2-Zielfernrohrs können Sie dann erstmal vergessen.
Mann, der hat vielleicht eine Laune. Vielleicht hat ja Lord Hood vergessen, ihm eine Einladung zu schicken. Die Erde. Hab sie seit Jahren nicht gesehen. Bei meiner Grundausbildung war das orbitale Verteidigungsnetz noch reine Theorie. Und jetzt das. Kairo ist nur eine von 300 geostationären Plattformen. Dieses MAB-Geschütz durchschlägt Schlachtschiffe der Allianz wie Butter.
I feel like there's some cool tricks you can do with Sputnik and Overshield, like grenade launches and stuff. It'd be kind of fun to route. I don't think anyone's ever done serious speedruns of Halo 2 also. Like, Jerva's done his slow runs. I mean, like, no offense to him, that's not what, I don't mean any. But he's doing safety strategies. His goal is deathless. I'm talking like allowing deaths just going fast. And you might say, oh, but the Iron Skull. You don't know how the Iron Skull works in this game. The Iron Skull actually doesn't affect single player in this game. In all of the later games, Iron makes it where you basically don't get checkpoints, and it makes you, if you die, it restarts. Yo, what up, waifu? It's this one right here. But in Halo 2 Classic, the Iron Skull only affects co-op. It doesn't do anything in single player. And what it does to co-op doesn't even affect Legendary. Its effect is it turns easy, normal, and heroic into the same as co-op Legendary. And co-op Legendary behaves as if the Iron Skull is always on. And that is where if one player dies, it reverts both of you. I don't know if that's a mistake or intentional or... but... yeah, all the later games have a different iron effect than this one.
Oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Don't kill me.
Na los jetzt.
Wait, why are you there? Ugh. Why was he so far up and behind the things? That's not where he's supposed to be. I'm gonna get one good armory run. Yo, Cubby, thank you for the resub. Oof. I think it's like the constant hum of the two-stroke engines going on in the background. Can you hear it on the mic? I assume you can.
Der war sowieso.
You know what the worst part about doing all skulls on speedruns for Halo 2 is you have to turn all the skulls on. Very, very few people have ever done Halo 2 Classic with all the skulls on. Anyone claiming to have done it back in the day is almost certainly lying. Because, like, the concept wasn't even, like, well developed all the way back in the day. But to do it, you have to have like 15 different profiles. I mean, this isn't the way you have to do it, but this is the easiest way to do it. So you have one profile that's for the Armory skull. You have one profile that's for the Cairo Station skull. You have another profile that's for every level. And then you start up that checkpoint. You make it where that profile gets a checkpoint right before the skull as close as possible. And then you save and quit, and then you switch profiles. And so all of your profiles are the closest checkpoint you can get to the skull. And then to do it, to turn on all the skulls, you load up all 15 profiles. And even with all of the profiles created, it takes 30 minutes to turn on all the skulls. Like, I have like perfect skull save checkpoints for every level where loading in is instantly in front of the skull. And even with doing all of that, what did Johnson just take a step to the side there for? That was weird. He's not supposed to do that. But yeah, it still takes 30 minutes to turn on all the skulls.
Verteidigungsnetz noch reine Theorie. Und jetzt das. Kairo ist nur eine von 300 geostationären Plattformen. Dieses MAB-Geschütz durchschlägt Schlachtschiffe.
So the first All Skulls on speedrun wasn't even done until 2011. I did the first full game All Skulls on speedrun. And 2011 is pretty late for a game that came out in 2004. But you have to remember that, like, people weren't even doing full game speedruns of Halo 2 until around then. The community for speedruns was entirely focused only on individual levels. For between 2004 and 2011, we only uploaded ILs. We didn't even have a world record holder for each level. Like, High Speed Halo was the main website. We didn't track full game record holders. That wasn't a thing. Like, some people had done full game runs. Like, there was Cody Miller's Deathless run that ended up being cheated. Skirty had a couple really good full game runs in like 2007 and 2008, but other than that, like, nobody was doing any full game content. It was only IL focused. High Speed Halo only had IL records. It wasn't until like the GDQ era when we started doing full game stuff. Oh yeah, and we were uploading Halo speedruns before YouTube even existed.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Taschenlampe?
No! Man, I choked it. We were finally gonna be free of the Armory cycle. I'm going back. Fuck. That was it. I missed the fly and then I screwed up the cancel. That's annoying. Oh, you guys want to see my skull saves though? We were talking about all skulls on. So I have like this is the black eye catch, envy on German, thunderstorm. I would have been your daddy. Blind, regret. Thunderstorm, catch, envy, famine, grunt, birthday party, assassin, mythic. JP is the Japanese version. So saves don't cross between different discs. So you need a different save if you play a different disc. That's what JP is. So I've got a bunch of different skull save profiles. Man, I really wish I didn't die there. That's so stupid. That's like right before I get a checkpoint. I would have done a no reset run if I got to the next checkpoint. What's the noise in the background? Yard work or something, construction, something, I don't know. Something going on out there. An engine of some sort. Small.
Okay. Alles in Ordnung. Moment. Ich schalte jetzt die Inhibitoren ab. Bewegen Sie sich, um ein Gefühl dafür zu kriegen. Wenn Sie fertig sind, treffen Sie mich beim Zapper.
Doing alright.
Passen Sie gut auf, wenn ich erkläre das nur einmal. Hier werden Ihre
Ready to grind a little bit of full game again.
Die Schilde Ihres neuen Panzers sind extrem robust.
Trying to get one good run with Armory here.
Sehen Sie, die laden viel schneller
What
wieder
type of screen do I play on? I use HDMI. I'm on an old BenQ 144 Hz monitor. I got it in like 2014,
Sein Panzer funktioniert gut.
maybe 2015. It's pretty old.
Sie dürfen gehen, mein Herr, aber nicht vergessen.
It's starting to get burn-ins and stuff. If I play too much chess, the beans just jumped off the counter. But if I play too much chess, the clocks will burn in on the screen. And so I can't leave like any like web page open for too long. It's starting to get like ghosted images. So it's no longer perfect, but it's good enough for speedrunning.
Hab sie seit Jahren nicht gesehen. Bei meiner Grundausbildung war das orbitale Verteidigungsnetz noch reine Theorie. Und jetzt das. Kairo ist nur eine von 300 geostationären Plattformen. Dieses MAB-Geschütz durchschlägt Schlachtschiffe der Allianz wie Butter. Wenn die Athen und die Malta koordiniert feuern, kommt nichts heil an diesem Kampfverband vorbei.
Yeah, if you're getting bad input delay, it's probably on your TV But I'm using a gaming monitor as well, so it's meant to not have delay. The console outputs HDMI like without delay. If you're playing on a 360, it should be fine. But also, Halo 1 feels like it has delay. Are you sure it's just not been like a really long time since you played Halo 1? It could be both, because jumping in that game feels like you have delay. Come on, man. Alright, we're playing Armory again. We're doing it. I'm not giving up. Not yet. The goal is to get one good Armory Cairo combination. I should have had one on my last attempt just before, but I died in the Miranda hallway. I choked.
Völlig veraltet. Das hier ist ein Mark 6. Kam heute Morgen frisch von Songnam rein.
Sub 119? Yeah, getting a 118 would be crazy.
Als erstes testen wir Ihre Zieleinrichtung.
It is possible, but I don't know. I don't think you guys realize how fast that is.
Und jetzt nochmal auf das untere. Okay. Alles in Ordnung. Moment. Ich halte jetzt die Inhibitoren.
Like, the start of my last run was basically perfect. And then I did lose time on the end game, but to get a perfect start and a perfect finish would just be so hard.
Passen Sie gut auf, denn ich erkläre das nur einmal. Hier werden Ihre wiederaufladbaren Energieschilde getestet. Die Schilde Ihres neuen Panzers sind extrem robust, sehr effizient. Bingo! Sehen Sie, die laden viel schneller wieder auf.
This game is hard. There's so much that can go wrong.
Suchen Sie bei Abfallen der Schildenergiedeckung, bis sie wieder voll aufgeladen ist.
Oder er versteckt sich einfach hinter mir. Sind Sie fertig mit dem Jungen? Wo sind denn die Laufräder?
Sein Panzer funktioniert gut, Johnson. Also halten Sie sich zurück. Sie dürfen gehen, meine Junge, aber nicht vergessen, immer schön langsam.
Keine Bange, ich halte ihm die Hand.
I think those are two very separate questions, Silicone, but yes, people still are looking for new techniques and time saves. And no, prison skip was not discovered by luck. I actually was streaming when I discovered prison skip. I was testing out different stuff, and I got it to work. But prison skip isn't new. I discovered that in 2016 or 2015. It's been in the run for quite a while.
Cairo ist nur eine von 300 geostationären Plattformen. Dieses MAB geschützt durchschlägt Schlachtschiffe.
What's up, Nick? Thank you for the resub. 1 year. Let's go.
Wenn die Athen und die Malta koordiniert feuern, kommt nichts heil an diesem Kampfverband vorbei. Schon den ganzen Morgen treffen Schiffe ein. Man erfährt wenig, aber das wird bestimmt eine große Sache.
Alarm. Entertruppen unterwegs.
I don't know, Rogue. I think it's already close to there. If anyone other than like Zoo or Griffin got anywhere close to record in the next like 2 years, I'd be very suspicious.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Neuer Kontakt. Au.
Do I think Sloth could? No. Not at all. He's never even played a game with a controller. His MCC time also isn't like close enough to put him in the same skill bracket. He's a Halo 1 runner. He's good at Halo 2, but he's not like there's tiers that are like Sloth. You know, Sloth is a Halo 1 expert, right? He's not a Halo 2 expert. He's very, very good, but he's not like in that upper echelon. And also, he doesn't know how to use a controller. He'll tell you this. He doesn't play console games.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der AT, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Taschenlampe?
Will you leave me alone? That's not gonna hit me. Okay.
Na los, Chief, hier lang.
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Ball.
Erste Echelon zu mir. Nehmt euch die Kreuzer vor. Schaltet sie nacheinander aus. Zweite Echelon,
Der Chief muss
kümmert
mehr
euch um die
Verhältnisse
Träger.
an die Zündkapsel der feindlichen Schiffe sind in der
Wissen Sie die Bomben? Im Lauf.
Sturmträger.
Cortana, Ziele aussuchen
Jetzt
und
hat
Feuer frei.
Status kommen.
Ich glaube es nicht. Die ziehen sie zurück. Wir haben gewonnen. Die Träger brechen durch, Sir. Sie nehmen Kurs auf Kairo. Cortana, konzentriertes Feuer auf den ersten Träger. Admiral, knöpfen Sie sich den zweiten vor. Formiert euch, folgt mir.
Nee, das ist übel. Wirklich übel.
Don't kill me.
Der erste Träger ignoriert uns völlig, Sir. Er hat das Trümmerfeld
Thank
der
you.
Malta in Richtung Erde durchbrochen. Übrigens, die Bombe wird von einem ganzen Haufen Eliten bewacht. Sie werden sich etwas ausdenken müssen.
No, not on Classic Rogue. He's playing MCC on controller. This guy died, right? I don't know how he died. He like dove into the corner and died, but I saw the dead body there. Alright, that's good. Still faster than Mito.
Dringend, Chief.
Schüttelt es ab, Marines! Absturzstelle räumen! Los, los, los!
Sergeant, ich brauche sie auf dem Vogel.
Ma'am?
Meine Pelicans bringen Rüstung und Verstärkung in die Stadt. Die brauchen tauglichen Geleitschutz.
Yeah, sorry the background noise is growing louder. I might have to mute my mic. Oh, it stopped.
Chief,
Oh, never
vom
mind.
Träger sind gerade jede Menge Kapseln gestartet. Die nehmen Kurs
What
auf.
time is it? I don't know how long it's gonna go, but it's like yard work or something. I'm not sure what they're doing. I haven't peeked out the window to check. Shook, thank you for the prime. Zoo used to have both the MCC and the classic record. They're two different categories. Yes. When he did his run, he played on 360 for the classic category. But I beat him. Now we are the classic world record holder. Down with Zoo. Am I planning on going to MCC? My computer's not really good enough to stream it and play it at the same time and get like high enough resolution and FPS that I want to do the run. So I'd have to like upgrade my PC, and I really don't feel like buying a new graphics card because they're really expensive and I'm poor. So probably just stick with classic. I don't know. I'm probably not going to be able to play the new Halo. I doubt it's going to run very well on a 1080, will it? People are saying it has performance issues, and I think those people are on like high-end computers. Like, if I'm getting super bad performance issues, I probably won't be able to speedrun it very optimally, which will be a shame. I'm gonna try to play it. I'll see if I can run it. I'll drop all the settings and probably have to play on like low everything. I don't mind that though. Unreal 5 has built-in ray tracing. It needs an RTX card. Oh, so I won't even be compatible to play it at all. Okay, yeah. So I guess I can't play the new Halo game. Feels bad. Wait, does the Series X have ray tracing? I didn't think it did. They're gonna have to have it, doesn't it? Doesn't the Series X not have ray tracing, or am I crazy? Oh, it does? Okay. It has the equivalent of a 2070. So better than my 1080, but not by a lot. Feels bad, man. Yeah, so I guess I either need to get a job and upgrade my PC before the next year, or I'm just not gonna be able to play it. Feels bad, man. Or I need to become a world famous streamer YouTuber and start making real money on this website. It seems unlikely considering I just accomplished the goal I was grinding for. But maybe we just set a new goal and grind for that and become world famous. I didn't look at the timer. Mito, did you look at the timer? Can you hit the clip button and tell me? I mean, I'll kind of know. I've gotten to the point where I can feel it based on the pelican spawn and how fast I've driven. Spawned at 01, thank you. If you drive well, it kind of lines up with when the pelican flies overhead. So you said it was 01, which means 21, right? So if you watch my radar, a pelican will fly overhead at like that same time. It changes based on how good your driving is, though. So if you get worse driving, that's not going to be the case. But if you drove generally well, then waiting for the pelican is a good rule of thumb. If you just wait for it to pass completely overhead, then like it's like gonna work 100% of the time for a slow cycle. This is not quite ideal. Okay, it worked out. Man, it's getting louder. What are they even doing out there? It sounds like they're not moving or doing anything. They're just going fucking Waluigi ass engine. Mito, join me in the sword flag crew. It's better. Look, no troll. All you have to do is be able to hit a sword fly within 2, sometimes 3. Actually, sometimes you can even get 4. If you don't hit it, do you die? Not necessarily. You have to hide and wait for a whole camo cycle, though. You hide behind that box to the side and wait for camo. And make sure they didn't throw a plasma grenade at you. No. I'm not restarting. I'm not restarting. First try, easy every time. Don't be alerted. You're gonna be alerted. You're not.
Kümmert euch um ihn, runter. Ich verteidige das Ort. Eine Wahrheit soll nie verstoßen.
Die Ketzer mobilisieren ihre Luftstreitkräfte. Schnappt euch ihren Anführer. Aber passt auf. Ich schicke einen Phantom zur Unterstützung. Der Anführer der Ketzer ist in diesem Teil der Station. Räumt die Landezone und geht da rein.
Okay, not the best arbiter, but we keep on. I think I'm probably gonna do a no reset run here. Dude, this fucking engine is driving me crazy. What is he even doing? I have a sound cue that I need to listen for, and it sounds like the engine. Did I really miss it? Dude, I missed it because of that fucking leaf blower, man. I hope those leaves are being awoken. Who do I send the complaint to? The city? The government? The president? Can I get the United Nations on this? This is a violation of my human rights. I want a representative from the United Nations to come help me, please. Thanks, Argenis. I did it. I finally did it. It took me over a year, but I did it. Congrats, Batman. Now you're gonna go for sub 2 hours next, right? I always like to tell people, did you guys know originally the monopolized achievement was going to be 2 hours long? When I playtested the game before it came out, they flew me out to Seattle to play it, and the achievement at that time was set to 2 hours. And I told them, I was like, this is probably too hard. Like, I can do this, but nobody else in the world can. And they were like, do you mean that literally? And at the time, yes, I was the only person who had a sub 2. I was like, yeah, I'm currently the only person who could get this achievement today. Like, maybe if other people grinded, they could do it, and obviously they could. But like, we had a conversation. We were like, yeah, let's make it a little bit easier. Yeah, the achievement does let you segment it, but it's still too hard. Like, 2 hours is still too hard. I mean, it depends on how hard you want it to be. People have already said that Monopolized is the hardest achievement in the game. It has like a 0.1% achievement rating, so we certainly didn't make it too easy. You could argue that hard is better, but I think 1% is already like, or 0.1% is already hard enough. Why did I just camo there? There actually, for a long time, it was less achieved than the Lasso achievements, because there was an easy way to cheese the All Skulls On achievements using checkpoints. So actually, I'm not sure if it's still true, but for like the first couple years of the game, more people had the All Skulls achievements. I screwed up my camo cycle there. Oh, come on, dude. That's so troll. And I didn't even kill him with that grenade. Am I gonna have to wait an entire camo cycle? Where is he? He should be right here. Is he just like full on trolling me? He's right here, right? Why did he end up... What just happened? I just got full on bamboozled. That's the fastest carrier alive. Wait, it's so slow. I don't want to restart. I don't want to restart. No, Batman. There used to be a way to like full-on cheese them to instant obtain the achievement by like joining a co-op party with somebody who already had them. You could like instantly get them. I think it had something to do with getting a checkpoint on Gravemind like right before the achievement unlocked, and if they joined your party, then they could get it too. At least the ending went well. That lab room. Come on, man. I'm trolling, I'm trolling. Don't turn around. Dude, this background noise is driving me crazy, though. they broke my camo.
Alle meine Phantoms sind im Luftgebiete. Los, trennen Sie das Kabel durch.
No, they broke my camo. I'll survive this one most likely though.
Das ist bei den Propheten. Die Station schlingert ja vielleicht. Ein letztes Kabel, Gebieter.
Strike while the iron's hot, Lucky, why not?
Das hat gereicht. Die Station ist im freien Fall. Der Anführer der Ketze ist unterwegs. Lasst ihn nicht entkommen. Wir bleiben hier, solange es geht. Bleiben Sie noch, Gebieter. Wir halten das Tempo so gut es geht. Welch ein Wahnsinn. In einem Menschen entkommt in diesem Strudel nie. Moment, der Hangar. Dort war ein Seraph-Kampfjäger. Gebietet.
Are they stopping? Are they done? Can I hear? They're just changing batteries on their engine. Their gas-powered two-stroke engine, they're changing batteries.
Sie haben die Prophetensiegel gekauft, Gebieter. Mit einem neuen Kommando, einer neuen Flotte oder einem Versprechen. Großreich. Oh! Sehen Sie sich um, Gebieter. Wie viele andere Einrichtungen erfolgt auch diese den Schmarotzer. Aber wo sind die Waffen?
It's just a electric machine. It's a sound generator that's generating sound exactly like a gas-powered engine. Imagine there's just someone out there with like a megaphone and that's... Nobody's been blowing any leads for the past hour, it's just been a dude with a megaphone.
Transzendiert? Kommen Sie, Gebieter. Ich zeige Ihnen, wohin Sie gegangen sind.
Unix noch mehrere Jahrhunderte älter als Installation Alpha. Sir, wir müssen diese Geschütze neutralisieren.
No, I saw Blue Elite, I was hoping we'd get the Ultra. I go for the Ultra now in my runs. It's worth it, I'm sure of it. You can die twice on this Swordfly and still break even. And you really, you shouldn't die. It's not that hard.
Artillerie ausgeschaltet, Sergeant. Landezone ist sicher. Vorerst.
Verstanden. Wir gehen runter. Stellung halten.
Leichter gesagt als getan. Phantoms im Anmarsch, Chief.
Hier ist noch einer.
Mito, watching you try to do this section was really funny. You weren't missing any geometry, by the way. You just weren't knowing where to go. It was this block, and then right here. That was the best part of Delta Halo was definitely the best part of your whole anniversary run. Please.
Gut. Immer noch nichts von der In-Amber-Klippe im Netz der Allianz. Komisch. Die Allianz weiß von unserer Landung, aber hält uns nicht für besonders gefährlich. Na, die werden sich wundern.
No, go away, bugs.
Aufpassen, ihren Gardisten.
Oh, they're back. Longest sword cancel ever. Imagine it. When you pick up skulls on Master Chief Collection, nothing happens. It only happens whenever you turn it on through the main menu. But this game doesn't have a main menu like that. There's no skull menu. So the only way to turn them on in this game is to actually go pick them up. So because of that, you're actually allowed to use them during the speedrun, as long as you spend the time to go out of your way and pick them up during the run. No, the first episode of SpongeBob was Help Wanted.
Das erklärt, warum seine Flotte nur aus ein paar Schiffen bestand. Seltsam, dass ein Profil nur so dürftige Informationen bekommen.
March inside. Oh, I can't do it. Where do you think you're going, mister? I can't do it, Patrick. Whose first words were, "May I take your order"? Mine were, "Who's the big yellow cube with holes?" I am! Who's ready? I'm ready! Like one hydrodynamic spatula with port and starboard attachments and turbo drive. That was fun. I loved missing all of that. The B-side was the silent episode. Oh, you're talking about the leaf blower episode, right? Yeah. That was the B-side. It wasn't silent, but it was no talking. Dude, season 1 SpongeBob was such a jam. Help Wanted, I don't think the Bubble Bowl was season 1, but Help Wanted and Bubble Bowl and... Or I don't think the Bubble Bowl was season 1 is what I meant to say. Band Geeks. The Band Geeks one is so good. Band Geeks is such a banger. There's the one with the bubble blowing, where he teaches you to blow a bubble for 5 cents. That's such a good one. Early SpongeBob was so good. Unparalleled show. I think the general consensus is everything before the movie is like considered that era of early SpongeBob. I think the first 4 seasons.
Roger, ich bin so dicht an der Bibliothek wie es geht. Da ist eine Art Barriere. Wir versuchen herumzukommen. Ich halte euch auf dem Laufenden.
Treibstoff ist fast alle. Der erste Turmkomplex ist sicher, also gehe ich da runter.
I wouldn't say the movie was really good, but it wasn't bad. It was definitely the shift into modern SpongeBob. How did I miss that? Come on, Grunt, show yourself. Wait, is that the Grunt or is that a different one? That's the one, right? Yeah, okay. Rogue's parents thought he was never gonna stop being a goofy goober. And he never did. Brother, you better not be goobing in my chat. It's not allowed. Don't start me. Let me on. Let me on. Don't teleport. I don't know if that hit counted. I think it probably did. Not bad. There's no way Kipper the dog is a real show. It's not real. How do Halo and SpongeBob fans seem like different demographics? SpongeBob, the first episode was in 1999, but you could say it peaked in 2001, right? Like that's when that's the seasons we're saying are the most funny. So like, SpongeBob's peak was right when Halo 1 was coming out. It continued to get better. The first movie came out in like 2004 at the same time Halo 2 came out. So if you were getting the Halo games as they came out, you were watching the SpongeBob movie as it came out. They're like perfectly overlapped. Assuming that you're a kid playing games on console. And like watching TV. When did the first SpongeBob movie come out? SpongeBob first movie. 2004, yeah. They're like perfectly overlapped. Well, I wasn't. No one. I mean, people playing Halo 1, a lot of them were kids. Kids and young teens. I wasn't an adult when I was playing Halo 1. You mostly ran into, like, other kids and... I just walked off the map. Ugh. You mostly ran into other kids and young teens when you played Halo 2 online. Like, it wasn't like a bunch of old men like it is now. Like, yes, there were 30 to 40-year-olds, but very, very few. I mean, it was a ton of squeakers. Like, that's what you called people with, like, high-pitched voice. I was one of them. Like, if you hadn't hit puberty yet, people would, like, notice immediately and think you were either a girl or a child. And the Xbox Live audio compression was very weird. So it really made kids sound like girls. Like, especially if you weren't used to, like, the way the audio sounded. So, like... half the population was kids, and the other half was like teenagers that sounded like they'd just hit puberty. It was very, very few like 30-year-olds playing back in the day. Like, lot of teens to 20s, but definitely not many 30s. Compared to today, where like Halo has tons of 30-year-olds playing anymore. I'd say like half the population is 30. At this point, because we all got older. All the teens turned into 30s.
Naja, der war sowieso völlig veraltet. Das hier ist ein Mark 6. Kam heute Morgen frisch von Songnam rein. Ganz cool bleiben, bis Sie sich an die Neuerungen gewöhnt haben. Als erstes testen wir Ihre Zieleinrichtung. Blicken Sie auf das obere Licht, bitte. Gut. Blicken Sie jetzt auf das untere Licht. In Ordnung. Blicken Sie noch einmal auf das obere Licht. Das war's. Und jetzt nochmal auf das untere. Okay. Alles in Ordnung. Moment. Ich schalte jetzt die Inhibitoren ab. Bewegen Sie sich, um ein Gefühl dafür zu kriegen. Wenn Sie fertig sind, treffen Sie mich beim Zapper. Passen Sie gut auf, denn ich erkläre das nur einmal. Hier werden Ihre wiederaufladbaren Energieschilde getestet. Die Schilde Ihres neuen Panzers sind extrem robust, sehr effizient. Bingo! Sehen Sie, die laden viel schneller wieder auf. Suchen Sie bei abfallender Schildenergiedeckung, bis sie wieder voll aufgeladen ist.
Oder er versteckt sich einfach hinter mir. Sind Sie fertig mit dem Jungen? Wo sind denn die Laufräder?
Sein Panzer funktioniert gut. Sie dürfen gehen, mein Junge, aber nicht vergessen, immer schön langsam.
Keine Bange, ich halte ihm die Hand.
Also, Johnson, wollen Sie mir nicht endlich erzählen, wie Sie es heil nach Hause geschafft haben?
Sorry, Guns. Das ist streng geheim.
Dann eben nicht. Tja, die Justierung Ihres A2-Zielfernrohrs können Sie dann erstmal vergessen. Und den neuen
Mann, der hat vielleicht eine Laune. Vielleicht hat ja Lord Hood vergessen, die
Alright. That was honestly not a bad run. That was like a no reset armory run. We made it to Sacred Icon on pretty decent pace. My goal is to get a good armory run. I did it, Valkyrie. I did it. Didn't you tell me not to get it while you were in Japan? Was that you? Just that old reverse psychology, you know? I got it on Sunday a week ago. It's on my YouTube channel if you want to see it. We finally did it.
Naja, der war sowieso völlig veraltet. Das hier ist ein Mark 6. Kam heute Morgen frisch von Songnam rein. Ganz cool bleiben, bis Sie sich an die Neuerungen gewöhnt haben. Als erstes testen wir Ihre Zieleinrichtung. Blicken Sie auf das obere Licht, bitte. Gut. Blicken Sie jetzt auf das untere Licht. In Ordnung. Blicken Sie noch einmal auf das obere Licht. Das war's. Und jetzt nochmal auf das untere. Okay. Alles in Ordnung. Moment. Ich schalte jetzt die Inhibitoren ab. Bewegen Sie sich, um ein Gefühl dafür zu kriegen. Wenn Sie fertig sind, treffen Sie mich beim Zapper. Passen Sie gut auf, denn ich erkläre das nur einmal. Hier werden Ihre wiederaufladbaren Energieschilde getestet. Die Schilde Ihres neuen Panzers sind extrem robust, sehr effizient. Bingo! Sehen Sie, die laden viel schneller wieder auf. Suchen Sie bei abfallender Schildenergiedeckung, bis sie wieder voll aufgeladen ist.
Oder er versteckt sich einfach hinter mir. Sind Sie fertig mit dem Jungen? Wo sind denn die Laufräder?
Sein Panzer funktioniert
Am I going for sub 120 now? Sorta. I want to get a good armory run. I want it to be in the same ballpark as the run I just did.
Keine Bange, ich halte ihm die Hand.
Also, Johnson, wollen Sie mir nicht endlich erzählen, wie Sie es heil nach Hause geschafft haben?
Sorry, Guns. Das ist streng geheim.
Dann eben nicht. Tja,
I don't know. 119 is kind of the edge of what I think I can realistically do. Technically, you can always go faster, but 119 is pretty fast.
Die Erde. Hab sie seit Jahren nicht gesehen.
To get a 118, it would have to be a dang near perfect run. It's possible. Like, I've had runs that were on pace, but to keep that pace all the way to the end is really hard.
300 geostationären Plattformen. Dieses MAB-Geschütz durchschlägt Schlachtschiffe der Allianz wie Butter.
Yo, Green Goo, thank you for the prime. What's up, Mogami?
Koordiniert feuern. Kommt nichts heil an diesem Kampfverband vorbei.
To get a 118, you basically need a deathless run. And not just deathless, it needs to be like, first try all the hard strats deathless. You don't need like perfect luck necessarily, but you can't make any mistakes. That's for sure. I don't know. I feel like I'm moving closer and closer to believing deathless is possible. I was mostly of the belief that a deathless speedrun would never happen, and I still kind of believe that. But I've had runs that have made it all the way to Quarantine Zone deathless. That's pretty far into the run. Like, while doing all of the hard speedrun strategies.
keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
I don't think I was quite 2 minutes ahead. I think it was like 1:50. I might be wrong though, I don't remember.
Bist in Gefahr.
No, my new combo didn't hit him. I hope I have enough ammo. Okay, I do. Did that grunt die? No, he didn't. Not bad. Yeah, to say that being like minus 2 minutes at regret is the same as being on a 118 pace. Like, yeah, technically, but you're only halfway through the run. Like, you need to keep that same energy for another 45 minutes, and it's really, really hard. I've only had 2 runs that were 2 minutes green, ever. And to then have the exact same, like, type of run flipped and done in the second half would be pretty absurd. That would be like winning the lottery back-to-back kind of thing. Yeah, I had a minus 2 minutes 17 out of regret one time. Was the best run I've ever had. The world record that I got the other day was the second best run I've ever had. Or third best. It was top couple. Adapted.
Sir, Eindringlinge im Feuerkontrollzentrum.
Erste Echelon zu mir. Nehmt euch die Kreuzer vor. Schaltet sie nacheinander aus. Zweite Echelon kümmert euch um die Träger. Finden Sie die Bombe. Montana, Ziele aussuchen und Feuer frei.
Malta, wie ist Ihr Jetzt wird's laut.
Ich glaube es nicht. Die ziehen sie zurück. Wir haben gewonnen. Die Träger brechen durch, Sir. Sie nehmen Kurs auf Kairo. Montana, konzentriertes Feuer auf den ersten Träger. Admiral, knöpfen Sie sich den zweiten vor. Formiert euch, folgt mir.
Hey, das ist übel. Wirklich übel.
Der erste Träger ignoriert uns völlig, Sir. Er hat das Trümmerfeld der Malta in Richtung Ede durchbrochen. Übrigens, die Bombe wird von einem ganzen Haufen Eliten bewacht. Sie werden sich etwas ausdenken müssen.
Will you go away? It's fine. Thanks for taking it for me, Mogami. I needed it. I was about to. The man stole the choke out of the existence.
Marines! Absturzstelle räumen! Los, los, los!
Just reached into the air and plucked it right out of the universe's timeline.
Sergeant, ich brauche Sie auf dem Vogel.
I'm glad the leaf blowers are back. I thought they were gone. Oh, it's a symphony. They started up 2 of them. They're harmonizing. I love it. Oh, is that a 3rd one? Or is that just the 2nd one? I don't know what's going on out there. I think there's a million of them. They're invading. Droops, when I was in high school, my orchestra played a concert with the Trans-Siberian Orchestra, and Mark Rhodes, Mark something. I can't remember what the lead violinist guy, his name is, but they had some program where they played with high schools, and my high school was one of them.
Vom Träger sind gerade jede Menge Kapseln gestartet. Die nehmen Kurs auf uns.
Was it Mark Woods, I think sounds right. Was the violinist guy who worked with us. Yeah, Mark Wood, that sounds right. I was the first chair cellist, so I like sat like right next to his podium to his right when he was like teaching and conducting. So I got to chat with him and talk to him. It was pretty cool. He came over to the cellist and we chatted for a bit, and we were like quizzing him on like famous guitar solos to play, and he would just play them like off the rip. That was pretty cool. On the violin. He complimented me on my cello skills. That was pretty cool. He told me he would write me a letter of recommendation for a college, because I was a senior at the time, and he asked me what I was doing, and I said I was applying for a bunch of colleges right now. So that was kind of cool. I never took him up on that offer, but it was just cool that he did offer. He played with Steve Vai. That's pretty cool. I just lost all my speed because I was trying to drink some of my energy drink, and I died because of it, aren't I? Should be fine.
Nette Begrüßung.
That driving was kind of insane. Can the Marines just help me once and give me early cycle here?
In dem Gebäude sind ein paar Marines eingeschlossen, Chief. Konzentriert euch auf die Race. Die sind am gefährlichsten.
No, they should have died, man. The Marines only helped a little. They didn't help enough.
Sir, Corporal Perez, Kompanie A, Kommandostand ist da drüben.
Do I go for early cycle or?
Wer hat jetzt das Kommando, Corporal?
Sergeant Bagsman.
I don't know. Do I risk the reset here and go for shotgun ending? I don't want to.
Als ich Verstärkung anforderte.
Do I need to make up those 17 seconds? No, I'd be green even if I didn't. You can't stop me. I don't know, maybe I'll regret this. This is one of the few things that saves like more than 5 seconds that actually could be worth putting into the run. The problem is you get sniped, which is really annoying. If I could solve that problem, that'd be nice. I don't know if I'm not hiding good enough or what, but based on the... Okay. Well, we didn't regret it this time.
Wir sind der Arm der Prophetengebieter und Sie sind das Schwert. Seid still und flink, dann schlagen wir diese Ketzerei ohne weiteres nieder. Der Sturm hat unseren Anflug getarnt. Ihr lokales Gefechtsnetz müsste auch durcheinander sein. Das Überraschungsmoment ist auf unserer Seite vorerst. Nochmal. Der Gebieter ist hier.
I don't know if you're watching me though, but this is what happens. You feel really stupid, and you hide for one camo cycle, and then you go. On H2A, you throw a nade to the side as you shoddy boost to get rid of the sniper. Okay, maybe I should start looking into that. Which side? To the right? Or to the, like, left? I think the Jackal spawns on the right. But a grenade on the left might be enough to, like, distract him and make him drop his gun. You throw to the right? Why did you spot me? We're in, not bad. Don't spawn. They spawn. I'm the best? No, I'm the worst.
Kümmert euch ihn, Brüder. Ich verteidige das Orakel. Seine Wahrheit soll nie verstummen.
It's pretty hard to live those spawns. I'm surprised.
Schnappt euch ihren Anführer, aber passt auf. Ich schicke einen Phantom zur Unterstützung. Der Anführer der Ketzer ist in diesem Teil der Station. Räumt die Landezone und geht da rein.
Banshee just lands on us. Alright, we're behind record, but it's fine. Oh, I screwed this up. I'm gonna get aggro, aren't I? I can't kill that grunt right now. I wonder if I carbine him at the end, if he's gonna get aggro or not. I don't actually know.
Was ist hier passiert? Einem Gebieter steht eine Propheten an, der muss ganz nah sein. Zu erledigen. Komm raus, damit wir die Tür können. Stellt euch auf. Anführer.
Bleibt. Die Flak greift uns an.
Not bad. Could have been slightly better though, I feel like. That last wave was really slow.
Los, Gebieter. Wenn die Verstärkung da ist, komme ich nach.
Tommy Gun, do you still have your Xbox 360 and Halo 2 and capture card and all of that? Come back and set a PB for the old guys. I did it. Let's see Tommy Gun do it. It's in a box in the attic. And you're gonna have to go up there. It's time. It's calling your name. Ooh, almost died there. That was spooky. Are you alive? No, you're just a ghost. I'm not sure why this happens, but he's not actually here. I'm not really sure what causes that. I think it's the Sentinel EMPs maybe killing a floodless, an armless flood with the Sentinel EMP does it or something. There's something that causes it though. It might have to do with when I deload the room as well. Like deloading a floodless, or an armless flood. I don't know. But I've seen it a couple times. It's a kind of, I don't know that it has any practical use, but it might be worth exploring a little bit more. Fortune, you're here. Did you see that glitch I just did? There was just a flood standing here with no arms. He wasn't red on the reticle. He was dead, but he was just standing up. Heard your name from across the room. I was just talking about a glitch that just happened. I don't know if you saw it. It was. If you go back at the start of the elevator, there was a flood that was standing on the elevator, but he was dead. I've had it happen a couple times. I think it might happen when you deload a armless flood, maybe, and he like dies during the like backwalk deload. But it might be stuff like deleting something during a load zone is sometimes leads to other glitches, so that might be worth exploring a little more. Not bad. I really want that popcorn dead, man. He's too good for me. I couldn't hit him. Did I see another popcorn? No. I said 30. Wait, die.
Bringt die Phantoms zur Mine. Wir gehen erst, wenn der Anführer der Ketzer tot ist.
Don't shoot, man. Thank you. Hey. Talked about this.
Gebieter, die Flat ist jetzt überall in der Station. Wir sind zu wenige für so eine Riesenverseuchung. Sucht den Anführer dieser Ketzer. Tötet ihn jetzt.
Where are you? Oh, they got him. Nice.
Krieger, zurück zur Landezone. Der Gebieter geht weiter nach oben, trennt die Station ab und scheucht die Ketzer aus dem Loch. Mögen unsere Herren ihre Anführung.
This is pretty fast. That was kind of risky. That might have been able to kill me.
Alle meine Phantoms sind in der Luft, Gebieter. Los, trennen Sie das Kabel durch. Das ist einer. Bei den Propheten. Die Station schlingert ja vielleicht.
Yeah, EMP was my other guess. Maybe EMP while he has no arms. Because when they have no arms, they do a weird animation and then a popcorn pops out of them. But at some point, an EMP during that animation might be what causes it.
Das hat gereicht. Die Station ist im freien Fall. Der Anführer der Ketzer ist unterwegs. Lasst ihn nicht entkommen. Wir bleiben hier, solange es geht.
No.
Leben Sie noch, Gebieter? Wir halten das Tempo so gut es geht. Welch ein Wahnsinn! In einem Banshee entkommt ihr diesem Strudel nie. Moment, der Hangar. Dort war ein Seraph-Kampfjäger. Gebietet!
Yeah, when Sentinels explode in a certain way, they do a secondary effect where they do a pulse, and that pulse like breaks your shields. It deals damage. That's what we're talking about. I'm in danger. Oh, and I missed a very important jump. Okay, everything's fine. Not the best second half, but the first half was really good. Everything's fine here. Yeah, that's a good point, Fortune. No. Dude, that did this again. I can't believe I'm actually losing time to this. That's like the third or fourth time in the last couple months. I'd never had this happen before. I don't know why I missed it there. Whatever. It's not that much time loss. It's fine. Come on. I should have been saving a good chunk here. Now I'm going to be losing a little bit.
All die investierte Zeit und Mühe unserer Blutsväter, nur um diese Geschöpfe auf Eis zu legen.
Alright, whatever. Get me out of here.
Diese Götter, die uns die Propheten anbeten lassen. Transzendiert? Wohl kaum. Kommen Sie, Gebieter. Ich zeige Ihnen, wohin Sie gegangen sind.
This is about where he is in the cutscene, right? Just put him right there. Save the animator some time.
Sir, wir müssen diese Geschütze neutralisieren.
This run's actually still not bad. I definitely lost a good chunk there on Oracle. It would have been pretty good other than that. But we're still in it.
Artillerie ausgeschaltet, Sergeant. Landezone ist sicher. Vorerst.
Verstanden. Wir gehen runter. Stellung halten.
Leichter gesagt als getan. Phantoms im Anmarsch, Chief. Willkommen zu einem weiteren Komplex.
No. What am I doing, man? I have to save time and mess everything up. Do I still hold the record? I do. What am I doing? Just revert. I mean, I just got it back a week ago, so I haven't even held it that long, but I do hold it.
Gut, immer noch nichts von der in Amber klemmt im Netz der Allianz. Komisch. Die Allianz weiß von unserer Landung, aber hält uns nicht für besonders gefährlich. Na, sie werden sich wundern.
No, I was out of rocket ammo? I didn't even notice. Oops. That's bad. This kills the speedrun. I'm thinking it might be like either the frame they become armless or the frame that the spore is about to pop out. Either that or it's a very specific health value. Like the EMP does an exact kill or something like that. I know that there's like, for instance, there's a glitch in Halo 1 where you can get a double reviving flood if their health value is very specifically lined up. Oh, another glitch I've seen before that I don't know what the explanation is for how it happened, to be honest, but during all skulls on attempts, a speedrunner he was jumping and meleeing bodies because whenever all the skulls are on, you want to get overshield from them. So he was jumping and meleeing the bodies, and one of them revived. While he was jumping and meleeing, it just revived magically. And I think it was because of a health value like lineup glitch. I don't think a popcorn came out of anywhere. You can't see it anywhere on screen. If there is a popcorn, it was out of bounds, like in the floor. There was no popcorn anywhere nearby. So this guy was jumping and punching a dead body with nothing around, and it magically revived. I've never seen anything like it. But he had all the skulls on as well, and there's a bunch of weird glitches that can happen with all skulls on.
Naja, der war sowieso völlig veraltet. Das hier ist ein Mark 6. Kam heute Morgen frisch von Songnam rein. Ganz cool bleiben, bis Sie sich an die Neuerungen gewöhnt haben. Als erstes testen wir Ihre Zieleinrichtung. Blicken Sie auf das obere Licht, bitte. Gut. Blicken Sie jetzt auf das untere Licht. In Ordnung. Blicken Sie noch einmal auf das obere Licht. Das war's. Und jetzt nochmal auf das untere. Okay. Alles in Ordnung. Moment. Ich schalte jetzt die Inhibitoren ab. Bewegen Sie sich, um ein Gefühl dafür zu kriegen. Wenn Sie fertig sind, treffen Sie mich beim Zapper. Passen Sie gut auf, denn ich erkläre das nur einmal. Hier werden Ihre wiederaufladbaren Energieschilde getestet. Die Schilde Ihres neuen Panzers sind extrem robust, sehr effizient. Bingo! Sehen Sie, die laden viel schneller wieder auf. Suchen Sie bei abfallender Schildenergiedeckung, bis sie wieder voll aufgeladen ist.
Oder er versteckt sich einfach hinter mir. Sind Sie fertig mit dem Jungen? Wo sind denn die Laufräder?
Sein Panzer funktioniert gut. Sie dürfen gehen, mein Junge, aber nicht vergessen, immer schön langsam.
Keine Bange, ich halte ihm die Hand.
Also, Johnson, wollen Sie mir nicht endlich erzählen, wie Sie es heil nach Hause geschafft haben?
Sorry, Guns. Das ist streng geheim.
Dann eben nicht. Tja, die Justierung Ihres A2-Zielfernrohrs können Sie dann erstmal vergessen.
Mann, der hat vielleicht eine Laune. Vielleicht hat ja Lord Hood vergessen, ihm eine Einladung zu schicken. Die Erde. Hab sie seit Jahren nicht gesehen. Bei meiner Grundausbildung war das orbitale Verteidigungsnetz noch reine Theorie. Und jetzt das. Kairo ist nur eine von 300 geostationären Plattformen. Dieses MAB-Geschütz durchschlägt Schlachtschiffe der Allianz wie Butter. Wenn die Athen und die Malta koordiniert feuern, kommt nichts heil an diesem Kampfverband vorbei. Schon den ganzen Morgen treffen Schiffe ein. Man erfährt wenig.
Can I understand what they're saying?
Eine große Sache.
Yeah, I know all the English words. Nobody's saying much, but I'll bet something big's about to happen. That's what he just said. I speak fluent German.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
Alarm. Boarders are inbound. Fluent German or fluent Halo 2. Maybe the second one.
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Let me in. Does changing language affect world records? It's slightly faster. There's some sections in the game where we have to wait for dialogue, and those sections have shorter dialogue in some of the languages. The entire game is faster in German, but some levels like Cairo Station are faster in Japanese. Gravemind is fastest in German. Some levels don't matter at all, like High Charity. It's just a small little thing. It's very little. It's just a second here or 2 seconds there kind of thing. What's up, Figway? Thank you for the resub. Across the entire hour and 20 minutes, it's only about 12 seconds faster than English. So, that's not very much.
Naja, der war sowieso völlig veraltet. Das hier ist ein Mark 6. Kam heute Morgen frisch von Songnam rein. Ganz cool bleiben, bis Sie sich an die Neuerungen gewöhnt haben. Als erstes testen wir Ihre Zieleinrichtung. Blicken Sie auf das obere Licht, bitte. Gut. Blicken Sie jetzt auf das untere Licht. In Ordnung. Blicken Sie noch einmal auf das obere Licht. Das war's. Und jetzt nochmal auf das untere. Okay. Alles in Ordnung. Moment.
Did I say German just now? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I said Chinese. I meant Chinese.
Bewegen Sie sich, um ein Gefühl dafür zu kriegen. Wenn Sie fertig sind, treffen Sie mich beim Zapper.
Gravemind is fastest in Chinese.
Passen Sie gut auf, denn ich erkläre das nur einmal. Hier werden Ihre wiederaufladbaren Energieschilde getestet. Die Schilde Ihres neuen Panzers sind extrem robust, sehr effizient. Bingo! Sehen Sie, die laden viel schneller wieder auf. Suchen Sie bei abfallender Schildenergiedeckung.
It's funny though because Chinese is actually the slowest overall, but it's like much faster on Gravemind.
Wo sind denn die Laufräder?
Sein Panzer funktioniert gut. Sie dürfen gehen.
You gave me gifted when chat was flying by. If I missed thanking you, I'm sorry. It must have been flying by, but thank you, Figway. Glad you were there to witness it. Hard to believe I finally got it, isn't it?
Sorry, Guns. Das ist streng geheim.
Dann eben nicht. Tja, die Justierung Ihres A2-Zielfernrohrs können Sie dann erstmal vergessen.
Mann, der hat vielleicht eine Laune. Vielleicht hat ja Lord Hood vergessen, ihm eine Einladung zu schicken.
It took me over a year of grinding, but I got there. I was playing every day for over a year. I got the easy record, the 109, in August, I think. And then immediately after I did a little bit of Legendary. Not like super serious, I was just feeling out the category, trying to relearn it. And then I took a little bit of a break in October. And then in November I started hitting it hard, and I just grinded for like a year straight, almost every single day for a year after November. I missed like maybe 5 days the entire year. It's kind of crazy. Maybe it was slightly more than that, but it was very few.
Man erfährt wenig, aber das wird bestimmt eine große Sache.
You missed it, Simplement. That's how it goes. The video is on YouTube though. If you guys haven't seen it, it's there.
Keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Oh, du sagst es, Kumpel.
Boom. No. Please die. Don't throw a grenade at me, little grunt. This grunt girl. My phone's ringing. I don't have time to touch it. Sorry, it's loud. Shut up, phone. Sorry about that. Didn't stop my speedrun. Turn down my phone.
Montana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine
I better not lose time here because of that. Did I? I did. Not much though. Come on. Don't kill me, man.
Ich war fast an Bord, als wir
Good.
auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Ball.
Zentrum. Die haben eine Bombe.
Ist sie zu entschärfen?
Ja, der Chief muss mir aber helfen, an die Zündkapsel heranzukommen.
Hier, sie die Bombe. Durch die Kreuze im Lauf. Schaltet sie nacheinander aus. Ziele ausschießen und Feuer frei.
Alle feindlichen Schiffe sind in der Todeszone. 13
Ich glaube
Kreuzer,
es
2
nicht. Ziehen Sie
Sturmträger.
zurück. Wir haben gewonnen.
Jetzt wird's laut.
Die Träger brechen durch, Sir.
No, there was another grunt alive. I thought I got him
Wie ist
all.
Ihr Status? Kommen. Alle feindlichen Schiffe sind in der Todeszone. 13
Ich glaube
Kreuzer,
es
2
nicht. Ziehen Sie
Sturmträger.
zurück. Wir haben gewonnen.
Jetzt wird's laut.
Die Träger brechen durch, Sir. Sie nehmen Kurs auf Kairo.
Ugh. I hate to see it. It's kind of hard to believe I finally got the record. Somebody a minute ago asked, is it less stressful grinding now that I have the record? And absolutely yes. I'm a lot more carefree. I don't feel nearly as much pressure. It's hard when you're trying to beat somebody else, and especially in my case because the last time I held the world record was 9.5 years ago. So like, mentally, it's really hard to like keep that grind going, especially like after you failed so many times. It's like, do I have it in me? Like, am I washed? Is it too hard? Are these zoomers too fast? So it's hard to keep the grind going when you haven't proven that you have it. But now that I've already proven that I have the record, it's a lot easier just mentally.
Blicken Sie auf das obere Licht, bitte. Gut. Blicken Sie jetzt auf das untere Licht. In Ordnung. Blicken Sie noch einmal auf das obere Licht. Das war's. Und jetzt nochmal auf das untere. Okay. Alles in Ordnung. Moment.
I don't know. And I never really needed to prove it that I had it, because like, I knew I did, and that's why I continued to grind. So it really, I don't know. Mentally, I did pretty good during my long grind. I wish it didn't take quite as long, but I always knew I could get it, and that's why I continued.
Die Schilde Ihres neuen Panzers sind extrem robust, sehr effizient. Bingo! Sehen Sie, die laden viel schneller wieder auf. Suchen Sie bei abfallender Schildenergie Deckung, bis sie wieder voll aufgeladen ist.
Oder er versteckt sich einfach hinter mir. Sind Sie fertig mit dem Jungen? Wo sind denn die Laufräder?
Sein Panzer funktioniert gut. Sie dürfen gehen, mein Junge, aber nicht vergessen, immer schön langsam.
Keine Bange, ich halte ihm die Hand.
Also, Johnson, wollen Sie mir nicht endlich erzählen, wie Sie es heil nach Hause geschafft haben?
Sorry, Guns. Das ist streng geheim.
Dann eben nicht. Tja, die Justierung Ihres A2-Zielfernrohrs können Sie dann erstmal vergessen.
Mann, der hat vielleicht eine Laune. Vielleicht hat ja Lord Hood vergessen, ihm eine Einladung zu schicken. Die Erde. Hab sie seit Jahren nicht gesehen. Bei meiner Grundausbildung war das orbitale Verteidigungsnetz noch reine Theorie. Und jetzt das. Kairo ist nur eine von 300 geostationären Plattformen. Dieses MAB-Geschütz durchschlägt...
Yeah, I did stay pretty calm through the end game, which was nice. All that practice definitely helped. I wasn't shaky at all until I hit the split button. My hand started shaking and I got a little emotional when I split because I was finally over. But before then, I was locked in. My hands weren't like... Sometimes when you get too nervous, you know, your hands start to jitter a little. But I didn't have any of that. Which was nice.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
I think some of that was thanks to the practice that I did. I grinded endgame so much. Like, I was playing, like, just with splits, I was playing everything after Gravemind. and I was doing laps of that over and over again every day. I think that helped quite a bit.
Wow! Ich folge Ihnen! Nimm deine Maske ab! So hässlich kannst du auch nicht sein!
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
No, you gotta hit these, man. It's not gonna track either. Dang, I'm gonna run out of plasma pistol ammo. It's gonna be bad. Man, come on. Can't miss like that.
Naja, der war sowieso völlig veraltet. Das hier ist ein Mark 6.
And no VAR, if somebody plays on English and gets within like 2 seconds, they don't get a claim world record. You play on the fastest, like, easily available version. And like it also, we don't know exactly how much time it saves. Because some things don't even come down to seconds in this game, or only come down to seconds. Like, there's certain triggers that, so say the dialogue saves technically like a half a second, but the trigger only checks every 1 second. Do you ever actually save that half a second? Well, it depends, you know? So like, some of the time saves are only like 0.1 and 0.5 and 0.05, and so like, we do have a quantifiable number of how much time save there is due to dialogue, because we added it all up and made a spreadsheet of it. But that number isn't necessarily how many seconds you're truly going to save because of the way certain trigger cycles work. So you can't, we just don't have the number, and even if we did, it doesn't, like, you can't just say you went faster than you really did. The world record is the fastest run. Trying to, like, keep track of all of the different, like, languages and add and subtract time would be crazy.
Sorry, Guns. Das ist streng geheim.
Dann eben nicht. Tja, die Justierung Ihres A2-Zielfernrohrs können Sie dann erstmal vergessen.
Mann, der hat vielleicht eine Laune. Vielleicht hat ja Lord Hood vergessen, ihm eine Einladung zu schicken. Die Erde. Hab sie seit Jahren nicht gesehen. Bei meiner Grundausbildung war das orbitale Verteidigungsnetz.
Most triggers in the game operate on a 1 second cycle. So even if you save like half a second, you didn't necessarily save a second, because you made it to the door half a second early, but big whoop, you didn't save that full second. So you need some other half second time save to combine with it. But all those half seconds do add up. So it's not to say that they're not important, because obviously we play on the fastest version. But it's weird to quantify them as well. It's not so easy.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
No, okay, it did work.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Gut, ich treibe es raus. Ah, das Blau. Oh ja, nein. Das da sind die, die Leute umbringen. Lass mich das machen, Kameraden.
Dies ist keine Übung.
Come on.
Das ist keine Übung.
I don't want to restart. Keep on keeping on.
Mann, wie konntet ihr...
No. I still want to do armory runs. I don't know. I might end the stream with some Sacred Icon Isles. Maybe I'll do that. I want one more out of armory, or one more out of Cairo. I think the next one, and then I'll do some Sacred Icon record attempts. My goal is to get a couple more of the individual level records. I have 19 of them right now. There's 30 in total, if you count both easy and legendary. So I want to get Oracle, Sacred Icon, and what was the other one I was looking at? Maybe just those two are the first ones I'm really looking at. So that's 4 more. That'll put me at 23 out of 30. And I don't know if I want to go for the last 7. Maybe I will, maybe I won't, who knows. Some of them are hard grinds. Some of them are monotonous grinds. Like, High Charity is going to be very difficult to save a second on. I could tie it feasibly, but even that tie would take a huge grind. But then to actually beat the record and like untie it, that'd be pretty tough. The level's only like a minute long, right? So like optimizing time and Griffin optimized it really well as well. So that's a hard one to beat. I don't know if I want to do that. Similar on the other short levels like Uprising. They're just really short, they're really monotonous. But I might change my mind. I don't know, we'll see.
Bewegen Sie sich, um ein Gefühl dafür zu kriegen. Wenn Sie fertig sind, treffen Sie mich beim Zapper. Passen Sie gut auf, denn ich erkläre das nur einmal. Hier werden Ihre wiederaufladbaren Energie...
But I definitely want to get a couple of VILs. I want to get up to, like, 20 is the minimum. I want to, like, 20 seems like a nice number, but I want to get a few more than that.
Suchen Sie bei abfallender Schildenergiedeckung, bis sie wieder voll aufgeladen ist.
I had 30 for a really long time, but that was a long time ago when there was less competition. And then I quit speedrunning and I went down to 0. And then for like 7 or 8 years I didn't have very many. I had like 1 or 2 here or there. But now I've worked my way all the way back up to 19. Pretty happy with that.
Dann eben nicht. Tja, die Justierung Ihres A2-Zielfernrohrs können Sie dann erstmal vergessen.
Mann, der hat vielleicht eine Laune. Vielleicht hat ja Lord Hood vergessen, ihm eine Einladung zu schicken. Die Erde. Hab sie seit Jahren nicht gesehen. Bei meiner Grundausbildung war das orbitale Verteidigungsnetz noch reine Theorie. Und jetzt das. Kairo ist nur eine von 300 geostationären Plattformen. Dieses MAB-Geschütz durchschlägt Schlachtschiffe der Allianz wie Butter.
I've also set over 140 records since the Twitch era. I have a spreadsheet of like almost all of the records for Halo 2. And I have a count of how many records have been set. 140 doesn't sound like that many, but it's the most anyone else has had. Griffin is number 2, and he's had like 115 or something like that. 120. He's had quite a few. Griffin's had a ton of records. But I've had more. I have a spreadsheet with like longest held, like the time you've held records, how many days it's been and stuff. How many records each person's had over the time. And most of the records going back to like the beginning of time.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
After Griffin, the numbers fall off pretty sharply. Most people haven't held even 10. I think to get in the top 10 you need to have held more than 10. Or, I'm not sure, I can't remember. But the way a lot of people ran back in the day was they only got like 1 or 2 records for the ILs. And then they really wouldn't defend them very often. Some people would. But then, so they'd go back and forth, and that would happen maybe like once or twice. And so that adds up to like 5 ILs. And another way people would rack up like a couple ILs would be to beat their own time by like 1 second. So you set a record, and then you beat it, and then you beat it again, and then you beat it again. And that happens, but that usually only happens for a few levels. There haven't been that many prolific runners who have like wiped the whole leaderboard. Me and Griffin have done it.
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Tasche?
Na los, Chief, hier lang.
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Ball.
Yeah, I'm talking about just Halo 2 right now, by the way, for Halo 2 Classic. Nails has done it for a ton of games on MCC. Zoo's done it on MCC, I think. Joker and Corey and Mori and Seclusive and a bunch of people have done it on various MCC games. I'm talking about the Halo 2 people have done it.
Die Träger brechen durch, Sir. Sie nehmen Kurs auf Kairo. Montana, konzentriertes Feuer auf den ersten Träger. Admiral, knöpfen Sie sich den zweiten vor. Formiert euch, folgt mir. Ich glaube es nicht, die ziehen sich zurück. Wir haben gewonnen.
Don't kill me. Alright, we got a run going. Let's go. Pretty good.
Übrigens, die Bombe wird von einem ganzen Haufen Eliten bewacht. Sie werden sich etwas ausdenken müssen.
Okay, not bad. You wonder how many tricks will be in Campaign Evolved? It's a good question. Well, I fucked up my splits. Oops.
Die Sache ist dringend.
I mean, it's gonna start out with very few, and then people will find various skips. And depending on how broken the engine is, maybe they'll get outside the maps. And so then that'll probably be used on the... If you can get outside the map on one level, it's pretty often that you can get outside of maps on other levels. So if the game doesn't kill you when you go out of bounds, then I bet there's going to be a lot of out of bounds. Historically, their 343 games have had a lot of out of bounds, but I don't know about the Unreal Engine enough to know like how different it's going to handle out of bounds. I don't know if the game is even going to let objects exist out of bounds. Like if you go inside of a wall, it might just freeze. Some games I think do something like not like freeze the game. It might just like kill you and like instantly like end your session and revert you. So like if that's what happens, then there might not be very many huge like out of bounds style glitches. But there'll still be in-game tricks like grenade launches and slide jumps and effective enemy clears. And the speedrunners will optimize stuff even if there isn't crazy out of bounds glitches. There'll still be stuff. No matter what, there's always stuff.
Die meisten Allianztruppen sind direkt unter dem Träger. Die wollen bestimmt nicht, dass sie an Bord kommen. Diese Brücke ist der direkteste Weg zum Stadtzentrum.
Is Zudu in Cairo? Why is Zudu in Cairo? He doesn't even play Halo 2. He's a Halo 3 streamer.
Vom Träger sind gerade jede Menge Kapseln gestartet. Die nehmen Kurs auf uns.
I've been doing Armory runs. So I've been trying to be careful on my Kairos not to reset if I make it past Hangar 1 skip. I screwed up the split, but this is actually a good pace. We're in the green. What? How do I even get stopped like that? That's crazy. I disagree. Whatever. When they do the Halo 2 remake, Mogami, are you ready to come back to Classic and do a run for the old time's sake? Let's grind for the 108. Erase you. I don't mean literal race as in like live one-on-one. I mean the hunt for the 108 race. But me and Mogami have gone back and forth quite a few times on different records. We've had different races, as you could call them. I'd say we've been each other's biggest rivals over the years for taking times. He's taken more of my times than anybody, and I think I've taken more of his times than anybody. I'm pretty sure that's true. Just on the sheer volume of our output, it would almost have to be true.
Nette Begrüßung.
Stop shooting me! Actually, live. That's crazy. I thought for sure I was dead.
Sind ein paar Marines eingeschlossen, Schiff. Konzentriert euch auf die Race. Die sind am gefährlichsten.
Willst du dich noch verstecken, Feindling?
Wir sind der Arm der Prophetengebieter.
I don't know. I don't mind the game being different. I'm happy it's different. I know not everybody wants Sprint in Halo, but they're not adding Sprint to Halo 2. I'm playing Halo 2 right now. They're making a brand new game, and I want that new game to have a new experience. I don't want it to be exactly the same as the old experience. I can already do that with like 3 different versions. So I'm actually happy for any change. I want it to be very different. Oh, come on. Alright, first try, easy every time. How did they spawn? The master's done it again, Tommy Gun. I don't know if you're here, but twice in a row.
Der Morgenfackel! Kümmert euch ihn, Brüder. Ich verteidige das Orakel. Seine Wahrheit soll nie verschwinden. Der Anführer der Ketzer ist in diesem Teil der Station. Räumt die Landezone und geht da rein.
Not bad.
Unser Glaube wird uns stark machen.
What's up, Possum? Are you the same one who's been uploading Halo 2 classic videos? Or different Possum?
Was ist hier passiert? Einen Gebieter steht eine Propheten an, der muss ganz nah sein. Zu erledigen. Komm raus, damit wir dich töten können. Stellt euch auf.
Congrats on the Gravemind PB. It's funny, we were grinding Gravemind at the same time, I guess.
Anführer, bleibt. Die Flat greift uns an. Was haben sie getan? Los, Gebieter, wenn die Verstärkung da ist, komme ich nach.
You guys, Opossum's like the first new Halo 2 legendary for Classic Runner in years. He started uploading classic videos. His runs aren't too bad either. I saw him and I was like slightly suspicious. I was like, who the heck is this guy? But he's got like a 144 on Legendary, I think, which obviously isn't record, but like 144 is a pretty good time. Yeah, go back to the sample data. Go back to the sample data. Quick. had to get sometimes before you get too old. It's funny. You think about grinding for anywhere near record, or you already happy with where you're at? Mono's 38. I'm not 38. I'm 48. Secretly 112. Where? Let's see. Where? Am I blind? There you are. 36? Not bad. Not bad for a couple trolls. That's fine. You don't know if you have it? Yeah. It's a grind for sure. What number did I say? I said 30 something. Does anyone remember what number I said? We were talking about ages. I already forgot. I got confused. Anyone remember? Was it 34? Nobody in chat's helping me. Nobody knows. 36? I hope that's right. Just gonna wait, whatever. Wait, there's a flood next to me. How did you get there? That was scary. Did not know that guy was next to me. Whatever. No, I'm not talking about the ages thing, right? I'm talking about something different. Sloth says he does practice. He says he practices off stream. He says he does it for like a few hours a lot of nights. I wonder what his practice routine is like. Because, I mean, obviously, I'm one to talk because it took me like an entire year to get the record, but Sloth's in a similar boat. I wonder what his practice is like. I wonder where his shortcomings like are right now for why he can't do it. I know, I mean, the real answer is it's just really hard. But at some point, like, you need to change routine or something if what you're doing is not working, you know? But it's I mean, I get it because I spent a year grinding one category, so I feel like I'm in a very similar boat. I think the biggest breakthrough at the end for me was to stop being nervous and to really practice the end game. I did at the start of my stream every single day. Towards the end, I was doing just laps of the end game where I started at Gravemind and went to the end, and I just did that over and over and over again. I think that was the final breakthrough I needed. I don't know. I think my grave mines are way better than they used to be. I don't know if you've seen much of my recent grinding though. I've done 5x grave mines where I've had like 3 of them as sub 8s. That's not a bad rate. Getting sub 8 3 out of 5 times, and the other ones were like 8 10s. I think something like that. I've had some really good 5x grave mines.
Ein letztes Kabelgebieter. Das hat gereicht. Die Station ist im freien Fall. Der Anführer der Ketzer ist unterwegs. Lasst ihn nicht entkommen. Wir bleiben hier, solange es geht. Wir müssen das Orakel retten.
No, I died in the cutscene too, so I'm dead. That's so annoying. He shouldn't have been able to get me.
Der Anführer der Ketzer ist unterwegs. Lasst ihn nicht entkommen. Wir bleiben hier, solange es geht.
Will you not? Why are you like this, man? That should have hit. This section sucks. This is honestly the worst section in the run. You can get spoon-fed spawns and it's so easy, or you can get the most bullshit where, like, the sentinels are getting needled to death and the enemies are all trying to kill you. Man, that's so annoying. This was a good run too. It's not dead, but it's like 30 seconds time loss. Fuck, that's so annoying. And then the dude jumping in front of me stole my reticle so I couldn't shoot the sentinel. That's funny. Not gonna get this checkpoint. Sometimes lucky. Whatever. Take it.
Mit einem neuen Kommando, einer neuen Flotte oder einem Versprechen. Berufsreich. Sehen Sie sich um, Gebieter. Wie viele andere Einrichtungen kommt auch diese den Schlafplatz. Aber wo sind die Waffen, Gebieter? Was ist heraus?
Please. I can't aim.
Investierte Zeit und Mühe unserer Blutsväter, nur um diesen Geschöpfe auf Halt zu legen.
Okay, it didn't actually lose any time, but just looked like a fool. Get up the hole.
Und wo sind jetzt diese Götter, die uns die Propheten anbeten lassen? Transzendiert? Wohl kaum. Kommen Sie, Gebieter. Ich zeige Ihnen, wohin Sie gegangen sind.
Mehrere Jahrhunderte älter als Installation Alpha. Sie dient jetzt der...
Sir, wir müssen diese Geschütze neutralisieren.
Run still lives. Run still lives. Keep on going.
Artillerie ausgeschaltet, Sergeant. Landezone ist sicher. Vorerst.
Verstanden. Wir gehen runter. Stellung halten.
Leichter gesagt als getan. Phantoms im Anmarsch, Chief.
Oh, I've played the inside section of High Charity plenty. All you need to do is stop doing infinite camo and it gets way easier. Just learn Gravemind the hard way. Or learn High Charity Skip.
Willkommen zu einem weiteren Komplex.
I think the record before High Charity Skip in like 2016 was 340, I think is the time I had, which is pretty good. I remember thinking it was pretty good.
Gut. Immer noch nichts von der In-Amber-Klett im Netz der Allianz. Komisch. Die Allianz weiß von unserer Landung, aber hält uns nicht für besonders gefährlich. Na, die werden sich wundern. Aufpassen, Ihren Gardisten.
How did you just survive that? No, why would you run this way? Come on, that's not fair. No, why am I missing this? It's so bad. Please. No, you still get to see the start of Regret, Mogami, don't worry, we're here. I was waiting on you. That's how they should have ran the first time. Whatever. I don't want to restart. I don't want to restart. Can't make me. Wait, why am I jumping up here like a dingus? What strat was even in my head?
Oder entstand durch irgendeine Katastrophe. Sorry, wollten Sie jemanden umbringen?
Okay, well, there was some random time loss. They're all dead, yeah. Whatever. Wasn't that bad.
Die Blutsväter haben diese neuen Anlagen wohl die alten gebaut. als Schutz. Das ist aber reine Spekulation. Erst muss ich noch gründlicher nachprüfen.
Oh, come on, there's still Jackal alive. Don't give me bugs.
Ah, verstehe. Da ist ein versunkener Abschnitt, der die Türme mit den Anlagen verbindet.
Where's the Jackal?
Gehen da wohl runter. Außer ihr wollt schwimmen. Ich habe eine sichere Übertragung vom Träger des Propheten an irgendwas namens High Charity abgefangen. Es scheint eine formelle Entschuldigung zu sein, an die Propheten der Wahrheit und der Gnade. Der Prophet der Wahrheit hatte wohl offensichtlich etwas vorschnell gehandelt, als er die Erde angriff. Er bittet die anderen Propheten, ihm sein verfrühtes Eintreffen zu verzeihen. Er behauptet, dass ihn niemand vor menschlicher Präsenz dort gewarnt hätte. Das erklärt, warum seine Flotte nur aus ein paar Schiffen bestand. Seltsam, dass ein Prophet nur so dürftige Informationen über die Heimatwelt seines Feindes hat.
What would it be like if Halo made a battle royale? It would be like Halo with a battle royale. They were working on one, but I think it got scrapped. There were like official talks about the Certain Affinity or whatever it's called working on Project Tatanka, they called it. No way did I just get sniped there. That's crazy. You can find reports of it. It got scrapped though. They never finished it. I mean, it's kind of past all the rage. It's too late, even, right? They missed the train. I would still like one. I think it'd be cool, but I don't know.
Der Träger des Propheten des Bedauerns hat gerade eine Antwort aus High Charity.
People are certainly still playing Fortnite and Apex, and
Hören Sie sich das an.
do people play? I guess I've seen people play PUBG. I've even seen some people on H1 recently, H1Z1. So I mean, they do have a population. And there's always the new variant of Battle Royale, like Extraction Battle Royale, or Extraction Shooter, or Looter, or whatever. Those are really just spins on the genre. They're sort of Battle Royales. I don't think I would want Halo to be a looter game. I would want it to be like fast-paced non-stop fights. Maybe even a couple respawns. Maybe only like 20 or 30 people on a relatively medium-sized map. It doesn't even need to be huge, and give people respawns, and just have a huge Halo Royale until the end. Make the map shrink when there's fewer players. But I want it to be like fast-paced, multi-kills are possible, snipers on the map, rockets on the map. I don't know. That would be my dream version of it. I don't think I want it to be any kind of looter or anything like that. I don't know that it needs very many gimmicks. The core Halo multiplayer is fun, especially the more fast-paced it gets. Like, multi-kill, everyone loves a double or a triple kill. Like, it's just so much fun. If you could have engagements where there's tons of people on a map that's appropriately sized, and like you're forced to fight over loot like power weapons and stuff or battle rifles, I don't know. I could see it being pretty fun. I don't even know if it needs to copy the traditional format too much. I don't know. What am I doing? That's not gonna kill me. Will you drop your weapon? Are you dead? Show yourself. Where'd this guy go? I didn't kill this guy, did I? Dude, this is the disappearing grunt. Where is he? Dude's a magician and he's invincible. Okay, whatever. Yeah, no, you could do the player power-ups like extra damage and overshield and invisibility as loot interest spots. You could give a certain number of kills gives you back a life and maybe make the game a limited number of lives. I don't know. There's ways you could force engagements. I think getting a life back would be kind of interesting. So that you could hide until the end, but then if you end up in a 1v1, you've got fewer lives. So the final version of the Battle Royale would be basically you're in a 1v1 with somebody, and you both only have like 8 or 9 lives, and you have to just win a 1v1. Wouldn't that be kind of sick? Like the map, it shrinks onto like Lockout or Midship or like a classic 1v1 style map. Maybe even something way simpler, just like a battle rifle duel map. That's the final circle, always shrinks to something like that. And then it's just a 1v1 with the dude. I don't know, that'd be kind of cool. And the number of lives you have is how well you did in the previous, like, rest of the Battle Royale. I don't know, there's tons of ways you could make a Halo Battle Royale work, but you'd have to have a successful franchise with like a popular community and a working Forge mode all on launch for any of this to actually exist. But like the stuff I'm talking about, it can be done with Forge in Halo Infinite right now. And in days gone by, if somebody were to create a game mode so cool like what I'm describing, and if it caught on, like, it would eventually become its own playlist. It would eventually, like, be worked into the game in some way, like, featured on Bungie favorites, and it would spread like wildfire so everyone would be playing it. But in today's Halo ecosystem, that just can't happen. I don't know. Makes me sad. I just wish that they would launch a game with Forge intact and, like, shareable files and, like, some... just more when the community is large, that's when you need community features. If you wait until everybody's already left until you add community features, what's the point? So yeah, they added Forge to Halo Infinite, but nobody plays the game anymore, so who cares? We needed the community features when there was a community.
Sie haben die Energiequelle des Shits erreicht, Gebieter. Überlassen Sie Ihre Regeln.
I'm not talking about 343 paying the Forge Council or whatever it was called, or the cooperation they had there. I'm talking about organic community growth. 343 or Bungie didn't have to pay for zombies. The community created zombies as a fun game mode. The same as SWAT. Bungie didn't have the idea of SWAT in mind when they made Halo. It was a custom game type that the community made. Like Tower of Power and Jenga and Fat Kid and puzzle rooms. If you think about the most popular Halo 3 maps, Duck Hunt, all of these were just community-made creations because the community was large. You had hundreds of creative people making creative maps, and the cream would rise to the top, and you'd end up with some really creative stuff. If you don't have a large community, then, like, you only have a few people making Forge maps. Even if they're very good, you don't have enough iteration, you don't have enough minds, you don't have enough ideas. You just have like somebody making clean and well-polished stuff that isn't necessarily fun, if that makes sense. Like, I don't mean to say the modern Forgers aren't good, because they're making some really cool maps. And they're even coming up with some creative ideas. But if you don't have a community to spread those ideas, then what does it matter?
Weiter zum Ziel! Wir bleiben hier, solange es geht! Schafft es mir vom Hals! Sperrfeuer! Sperrfeuer!
How is he right behind me? No! Man! I didn't think that was gonna get me. How was that flood right behind me punching me? Was it this guy to my left? Did I get too close to him? Oh, it's brutal, man. Ugh. Do I do another run? See, but Infinite didn't flop on launch. Infinite had literally hundreds of thousands of players on launch. By all accounts, the launch was very successful. It sold really well. It had tons of players on the free-to-play side and a lot of purchases on campaign. The problem was the drop-off from launch to maintenance of a community was just so steep. It went from a huge player pool to nothing in like the span of no time because the game like didn't function. The campaign was relatively bare bones. It was obviously rushed and unfinished. The collectibles were fun, but all of the bosses were the same. The mini bosses, all of the like open world stuff was mostly nonsense. Like half of the map wasn't even accessible. But like it was clear that it was cut content. Like it was a slice of what was meant to be a larger game. The biome diversity was small. It was clear just a slightly unfinished campaign. So that's one group of people that were slightly like disappointed. But then the multiplayer people are really vocal too, and their game like didn't function. The game would crash. The playlists weren't there. They told us we weren't allowed to have Team Slayer as a playlist. A staple that's been in like every Halo game ever. They told us no, you can't have Slayer. There was like 3 different maps that would crash the game for 3 different reasons, and there was only like 5 maps. So like you were crashing literally every other game. Big Team Battle didn't function. Like if you tried to queue Big Team Battle, it just straight up said, sorry, we can't find you a game. No matter what time of day you searched, no matter what the population was, the matchmaking like service was just not functioning. That went on for literally a month. You couldn't search Big Team Battle for more than a month. It was, I think, almost 2 or 3 months. I remember when it passed the 1 month mark. It was like people were posting about it on Twitter. So you can't play Big Team Battle, you can't play Team Slayer, there's no Forge, custom games don't work, you can't share game types, you can't play custom games, so you can only play the ranked playlist pretty much, and the ranked playlist includes objective game types, which some people don't want to play, and then there's also, I don't know, it just, the crashes, how are you going to care about a ranked mode when the game crashes all the time? It was just, there was no content, there was nothing to do. Like, there was hundreds of thousands of people trying to play Halo, but they had nothing to do, so they all left.
Blicken Sie auf das obere Licht, bitte. Gut. Blicken Sie jetzt auf das untere Licht. In Ordnung. Blicken Sie noch einmal auf das obere Licht. Das war's. Und jetzt nochmal auf das untere. Okay. Alles in Ordnung. Moment. Ich schalte jetzt die Inhibitoren ab. Bewegen Sie sich, um ein Gefühl dafür zu kriegen. Wenn Sie fertig sind, treffen Sie mich beim Zapper. Passen Sie gut auf, denn ich erkläre das nur einmal. Hier werden Ihre wiederaufladbaren Energieschilde getestet. Die Schilde Ihres neuen Panzers sind extrem robust, sehr effizient. Bingo! Sehen Sie, die laden viel schneller wieder auf. Suchen Sie bei abfallender Schildenergiedeckung, bis sie wieder voll aufgeladen ist.
Oder er versteckt sich einfach hinter mir. Sind Sie fertig mit dem Jungen? Wo sind denn die Laufräder?
Sein Panzer funktioniert gut. Sie dürfen gehen, mein Junge. Aber nicht vergessen, immer schön langsam.
Keine Bange, ich halte ihm die Hand.
Also, Johnson, wollen Sie mir nicht endlich erzählen, wie Sie es heil nach Hause geschafft haben?
Sorry, Guns. Das ist streng geheim.
Dann eben nicht. Tja, die Justierung Ihres A2-Zielfernrohrs können Sie dann erstmal vergessen.
Mann, der hat vielleicht eine Laune. Vielleicht hat ja Lord Hood vergessen, ihm eine Einladung zu schicken. Die Erde. Hab sie seit Jahren nicht gesehen. Bei meiner Grundausbildung war das orbitale Verteidigungsnetz noch reine Theorie. Und jetzt das. Kairo ist nur eine von 300 geostationären Plattformen. Dieses MAB-Geschütz durchschlägt Schlachtschiffe der Allianz wie Butter. Wenn die Athen und die Malta koordiniert feuern, kommt nichts heil an diesem Kampfverband vorbei. Schon den ganzen Morgen treffen Schiffe ein. Man erfährt wenig, aber das wird bestimmt eine große Sache.
I don't know. I don't like to complain too much about games, but the thing that bothers me the most about games is when they literally don't work. Like when they crash all the time, or when features that should be there aren't, or like they don't do what they say they'll do. Like when games literally don't work in that regard, like crashes that are frequent and don't get addressed are really, really frustrating. Like I understand if you just pushed out a brand new patch and the game crashes, sometimes that happens. But for it to go unaddressed for like months, it's like crazy. And it's not something on the user's end, it's like the game has faults in it that just cause crashes.
Da ist noch einer.
If I'm supposed to be grinding and taking the ranked mode seriously, then the game needs to work. That's the desync, as someone mentioned, is another thing that's in that same bucket. That's like a glitch that makes the game unplayable. The fact that on your screen a person can be like standing in front of you, but on their screen they can be completely behind a wall, and not a timing issue. Like there's sometimes an issue of like latency of timing, and that's acceptable for online games because like the speed of light can only move so fast, right? Like if on my screen I had just moved behind the corner, but on your screen I didn't, that's one thing. But I'm talking about you can be standing still and be in two completely different spots, as in your games are desynced. And so on your screen, you're standing still, hiding behind cover, but on their screen, you're just standing in the open. And that happened regularly in Halo Infinite. The game would desync and you'd be standing in the wrong spot. And that would also have the effect of making your bullets miss. so you would think you were aiming where somebody was, but they were standing in the wrong spot. So like the desync would go like both ways, and you would be shooting at people and you would just be shooting blanks. It was really frustrating.
Chief, suchen Sie die.
Immer los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Taschenlampe?
There was another issue on all the maps with moving objects. Like, if you guys remember Recharge, that thing used to have moving elevators on it, or like the pistons that would move up and down, back and forth. They had to delete the movement on those because it would cause everybody to desync. And so like on one person's screens the pistons would be up, and on another person's screen they'd be down, and depending on like when you stood on them you could desync yourself on purpose and run around and like glitch the game. It was very cool. That's why they removed the pistons on that level.
Die Träger brechen durch, Sir. Sie nehmen Kurs auf Kairo. Cortana, konzentriertes Feuer auf den ersten Träger. Admiral, knöpfen Sie sich den zweiten vor. Formiert euch, folgt mir.
Hey, das ist übel. Wird nicht übel.
Der erste Träger ignoriert uns völlig, Sir.
Pretty
Er hat
good.
das Trümmerfeld der Reiter in Richtung Erde durchbrochen. Übrigens, die Bombe wird von einem ganzen Haufen Eliten bewacht. Sie werden sich etwas ausdenken müssen.
Vorsicht auffahren.
No, man. How am I still being shot? Ugh, get me out of here. Well, actually, I think the reason the desyncs occurred is because they never really finished the Slipspace engine, Whisper. They delayed the game for a year, and then if they could have had their way, they would have delayed it another year, is my guess, because the game was just unfinished. So it wasn't, the Slipspace engine was never rebuilt from the ground up. In the end, the version that you're playing on Halo Infinite is a mix of Blam and Slipspace. It's like, yeah, they made improvements to the Blam engine, they changed some things, but at its core, they never really built it up from the ground. They didn't finish their work. So that's part of the reason the game kind of sucks, is because they spent a lot of time developing an engine that they didn't actually end up being able to use. So, like, yeah, the development time might have been like 5 or 7 or however many years they say for Infinite, but a lot of that time was just completely wasted. You can just consider those years almost thrown in the trash. Like, yeah, maybe they still had time to work on art and work on story and work on models and work on like tons of different things, but like the game feel itself, they had, as far as I know, they had to basically completely rewrite the game.
Okay. Alles in Ordnung. Moment. Ich schalte jetzt die Inhibitoren ab. Bewegen Sie sich, um ein Gefühl dafür zu kriegen. Wenn Sie fertig sind, treffen Sie mich beim Zapper. Passen Sie gut auf, denn ich erkläre das nur einmal. Hier werden Ihre wiederaufladbaren Energieschilde getestet. Die Schilde Ihres neuen Panzers sind extrem robust, sehr effizient. Bingo! Sehen Sie, die laden viel schneller wieder auf. Suchen Sie bei abfallender Schildenergie Deckung, bis sie wieder voll aufgeladen ist.
Oder er versteckt sich einfach hinter mir. Sind Sie fertig mit dem Jungen? Wo sind denn die Laufräder?
Sein Panzer funktioniert gut. Sie dürfen gehen, mein Junge, aber nicht vergessen.
Yeah, their hiring practices can also be to blame, where they hire contractors on relatively short contracts, usually about a year, and then half of that is spent learning the engine, and then the other half is spent maybe being productive. But if you've ever worked as a software engineer, you know that, like, you go through spurts of productivity, and not everyone on a team is always very productive. So, like, maybe, I don't know, maybe they just didn't get their groove yet, and they might have just spent 6 months learning the engine and then only actually do a little bit of work in the next 6 months. Like, you've got to consider also, if it's a full year, 6 of those months might be like the holiday season, where like nobody at Microsoft really works like all of December pretty much. Between like December, like the first week of December and like the first week of January, like nobody's really doing much work at all. Most people use their vacation during those weeks, so like tons of core like helpful teams are not there. If you email like a different team asking for help, they're not going to respond during like December at all.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
I worked at Microsoft. I didn't work on Halo at all. I've never done any like programming on Halo. Alright, I'm committed to doing Armory runs, but did Discord reach out when I got world record? Why would Discord reach out to me? Do you mean the developers? No, I mean, I have contact with the developers. Like, if I want to like private message them, there's a few of them that will respond to me. I'm friends with a few of the guys, but like, no, they didn't. Speedruns aren't like related to the game at all. Also, like, this isn't Master Chief Collection, so this is a game made by Bungie, not 343. Why would 343 reach out to me about the game? Not even their game. Sometimes some of the developers will favorite my tweets. If I like tweet that I got world record, I think Unishek at least favorited it. Maybe a couple more. Yeah, so they know about it.
Als erstes testen wir Ihre Zieleinrichtung. Blicken Sie auf das obere Licht, bitte. Gut. Blicken Sie jetzt auf das untere Licht. In Ordnung. Blicken Sie noch einmal auf das obere Licht.
Yeah, I mean, Metropolis, the tunnel section is slightly random. If you want to do that death list, you could watch a Jerv video. He's got pretty consistent strats. You can hop out and rocket and snipe the jackals and then drive the Warthog through. But if you're just trying to full YOLO the driving, it's hard. And even like I go for world records and I don't survive every single time. So if you're wanting to make it 100% consistent, you're gonna have to kill the guys. If you're accepting a certain amount of risk, you can get better at the driving. There is a lot of skill to it. You have to look where the Jackal sniper spawns and time his shots, because they come at a certain rhythm. Like, he shoots and then he waits and then he shoots and then he waits. So depending on where he's at, you show him part of the Warthog and he shoots. And then you know that you're kind of free to drive, but then you need to be hidden by the time he's about to fire his second shot. So you want to be like close to that little box that's on the left, or whatever that truck shipping container thing is. So you want to time it so that you're passing that thing right when he would be firing his second shot. And then it's a lot safer. But even doing that, it's all still hard because you're being shot the entire time. And if you don't drive near perfect, then they're just gonna plasma pistol you to death. So even like ignoring the sniper, making it through is still not easy because they shoot at you.
Das orbitale Verteidigungsnetz noch reine Theorie. Und jetzt das. Kairo ist nur eine von 300 geostationären Plattformen. Dieses MAB-Geschütz durchschlägt Schlachtschiffe der Allianz wie Butter.
Do I think the new campaign will keep Halo 1 Warthogs? I mean, obviously they're redoing everything. It's not gonna be exactly the same. I don't want it to be exactly the same as anything, but funny enough, you say the Warthog controls like it's on ice. Did you know Halo 1 is the only Halo game that has specific ice physics? When you drive the Warthog on Halo 1 ice, it literally is more slidey. Like, you don't have as good traction. That doesn't happen in the later Halo games.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
No.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
If you're making it through the tunnels, just fine. If you're not going for a specific time, then there's a trick you can do to completely deload all of the enemies in the next section so that you won't get sniped at all. If you like nade jump above the area and go like above the tunnel exit, you can jump down to a little platform and jump in a specific way, and it causes all of the enemies to disappear. You might be able to find it in somebody's video. It's a little bit slow, but I think it only takes 1 or 2 grenades. I can't remember. Technically, you could even do it in 0, I think, if you do a tantrum.
Naja, der war sowieso völlig veraltet. Das hier ist ein Mark 6. Kam heute Morgen frisch von Songnam rein. Ganz cool bleiben, bis Sie sich an die Neuerungen gewöhnt haben. Als erstes testen wir Ihre Zieleinrichtung. Blicken Sie auf das obere Licht, bitte. Gut. Blicken Sie jetzt auf das untere Licht. In Ordnung. Blicken Sie noch einmal auf das obere Licht. Das war's. Und jetzt nochmal auf das untere. Okay. Alles in Ordnung. Moment. Ich schalte jetzt die Inhibitoren ab. Bewegen Sie sich, um ein Gefühl dafür zu kriegen. Wenn Sie fertig sind, treffen Sie mich beim Zapper.
Oh, there is a way you can deload the wraiths as well that takes 10 minutes. Yeah, you can deload all of the enemies.
Energieschilde getestet. Die Schilde Ihres neuen Panzers sind extrem robust, sehr effizient. Bingo! Sehen Sie, die laden viel schneller wieder auf. Suchen Sie bei abfallender Schildenergie Deckung, bis sie wieder voll aufgeladen ist.
Oder er versteckt sich einfach hinter mir. Sind Sie fertig mit dem Jungen? Wo sind denn die Laufräder?
Sein Panzer funktioniert gut. Sie dürfen
Any of you guys been watching the chess that's been going on? There's a big tournament. It's the Chess World Cup. It's not the World Championship, that's different. But this is a big knockout tournament. It's the biggest knockout tournament of the year. It's like 128 players. And it's a single elimination. They play against their opponent and they do a 2-game match where one gets white and then they flip and then they get black. And so you get both colors. if nobody wins after that, like if you both win one game each or you both draw both games, then it just you play again with shorter time control, and you just play again until somebody wins. And so it's a knockout tournament like that, and they're currently on round 3. It's about to start tomorrow. It's always crazy when there's big upsets. Some of the top contenders have already lost. Hans Niemann lost, Wesley So lost.
Schon den ganzen Morgen treffen Schiffe ein. Man erfährt wenig, aber das wird bestimmt eine große Sache.
But this tournament, because there's so many players and they have to play so much chess, it lasts an entire month. It won't be done until the end of the month.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Ich sterbe, ich weiß.
Das ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
It's acceptable. How do you dodge that? Not fair. No. Nay. There might be a sequel to chess coming out soon. Gary Kasparov's finally gonna invent chess too. Is it happening? Didn't someone invent 4D chess? Yeah, there's all kinds of crazy variants you can play online. People have created every version of chess you can think of. I saw one called Infinite Chess that was just like thousands of like rows up and down, and like everyone could play. Like anyone with the link would be on the same map, and it was just like the same normal setup of a chessboard repeated over and over and over again, and it kept track of which side had more kings. So white side and black side both started with like 10,000 kings or something absurd, and they were playing like a grid. Each grid square was like its own game of chess, basically on like an infinite scale. It was a lot of games of chess. What do I think is the fastest the world record could be? My record is the fastest the world record could be. Nobody can beat me. I'm perfect in every way. I don't know, I mean, it's hard to say. Honestly, nobody's ever gonna grind Halo 2 Classic again, if we're being realistic, so whatever record I set is probably the fastest the game will ever be.
Sein Panzer funktioniert gut, Johnson. Also halten Sie sich zurück. Sie dürfen gehen, mein Junge. Aber nicht vergessen, immer schön langsam.
Keine Bange, ich halte ihm die Hand.
Also, Johnson, wollen Sie mir nicht endlich erzählen, wie Sie es heil nach Hause geschafft haben?
Sorry, Guns. Das ist streng geheim.
Dann eben nicht. Tja, die Justierung Ihres A2-Zielfernrohrs können Sie dann erstmal vergessen.
Mann, der hat vielleicht eine Laune. Vielleicht hat ja Lord Hood vergessen, ihm eine Einladung zu schicken.
It's not impossible that somebody beats my time, but it's such a huge commitment to play this game and go for a world record. Like, it takes so many hours. And I just don't see anybody putting in those hours. Because the community is so small now, it's basically dead. The reward, it used to be like a budding Twitch streamer could use grinding speedruns as a way to get popular on Twitch. So it was a very popular hobby. Everyone was doing it for like GDQ exposure. I mean, not just for it, but like that was like part of the lure, was like growing your channel and getting big. There was a lot of like, speedrunning was just growing and booming. Everyone was setting world records on like every game, but it's so saturated now that there's less incentive. It's like the records are so optimized that you're not going to get noticed until you've put in thousands of hours. And is that worth it? I don't know. It used to be you would get recognized so quickly and get viewers, but now it's way harder. Like, unfortunately, you have to be pretty close to world record for people to really care about your stream. Like, it's not completely true, but like, you need to be either getting consistent personal bests or trying to be world record holder. Otherwise, like, people aren't really going to care that much.
Türen dicht machen.
Sieh mal an, ich hab doch gesagt, er ist hier.
Komm schon, Mensch. Leiste
Weiter so, Sir. Viel Spaß damit.
Oh, die verlassen die Athen.
And on top of all of those things I listed about why kind of Halo speedrunning is dying, this is the old version that, like, it's 20 years old. If people wanted to speedrun Halo, they're more likely to speedrun Master Chief Collection, which is the popular new version. So I think it's even less likely that, like, somebody puts in all of the hours into this old game when there's a newer game sitting there.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Ball.
Oh, come on. Sorry, that's my phone. I'm sure that's very loud for you guys. I can't grab it yet. Okay, I stopped it. Sorry about that. It was vibrating on my desk. No. That sound was in your headphones. Sorry. I think it travels really well on the desk. It's actually not even that close. It's on the opposite side of my desk. It's like completely on the other end. Like from one corner to the other. But it's still... I've heard people say it sounds like it's like right next to them. Maybe that's part of the confusion, is because it's all left side audio, maybe? It's because it's completely to one side of the microphone, might be part of why it's weird. It probably is. It's like that knocking animation. Like, have you guys been linked that video that's like a knock and it sounds like it's like at your door? It's probably like a position thing.
Naja, der war sowieso völlig veraltet. Das hier ist ein Mark 6. Kam heute Morgen frisch von Songnam rein. Ganz cool bleiben, bis sie sich an die Neuerungen gewöhnt haben.
There's a link that people used to like send to streamers to prank them that makes it sound like there's a knock at the door. And it's like entirely like spatial, like left side audio. And it's hard to explain how real it sounds, but if you're wearing headphones, it really feels like you can hear the noise of someone knocking at the door. It's kind of crazy.
Wenn Sie fertig sind, treffen Sie mich beim Zapper.
Yeah, but 360s aren't that hard to get. They only cost like $50, but you have to want a 360. You have to want to play Classic to do that, and most people don't want to. I don't think it's expensive. When people tell me like it's harder to get into Classic, I disagree. Because Master Chief Collection, you have to have an expensive computer if you want World Record. You have to play on a specific PC version. You can't get World Record on console. It's not possible, because of version differences and stuff. So you have to play on the PC version, you have to go find a specific patch, and you have to like install all this specific software, and you need like a pretty decent graphics card. It doesn't have to be like amazing computer, but it needs to be pretty decent. And I don't know, I think that is a lot more cumbersome in terms of like money and time than just buying a 360. But the difference is, a lot of people just already have a good computer. To get a 360, you kind of have to go out of your way for it. 360 isn't loud. My 360 doesn't make a peep. What are you talking about? Maybe the Gen 1 early 360s can be kind of loud. The OG Xboxes can be kind of loud. 360s are quiet. It depends on what you're playing and if it's a game that reads the disc a lot. But there's like not a peep coming out of the console right now.
Schon den ganzen Morgen treffen Schiffe ein. Man erfährt wenig, aber das wird bestimmt eine große Sache.
I have OG Xboxes.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
I have a bunch of consoles. I have like 4 OG Xboxes, 4 360s, and a few other like miscellaneous stuff like an N64, an Xbox One, a PlayStation 1, a PlayStation 2, a bunch of handhelds. I might even have like 5 or 6 360s now that I think about it. I've got quite a few. Mostly I have a stack of them in my closet, some of them don't work. And then I've got a stack of them under my desk, and a lot of those I have hooked up to do like system link glitches or test certain things if I need a second player. I can like hook my Xboxes up and like sign in, we're all on the same network, we can just play system link together. How are you not weaker? Another reason I have multiple consoles under my desk is whenever I did the simultaneous trilogy record attempts. A lot of you guys might not remember this because it was kind of a long time ago and viewers come and go, but I did a category that I called simultaneous trilogy, which involved playing Halo 1, 2, and 3 at the same time. I got the easy record under 3 hours. I never did it on Legendary, but I kind of want to try it on Legendary someday.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
I didn't use the same controller. I used 3 different controllers. Actually 4, because on Halo 2 I did co-op glitches where I did any percent. So for half the speedrun I used 4 controllers even, which is kind of crazy. So my general goal when doing that speedrun was to take advantage of the numerous auto-scrollers in Halo. So there's a bunch of places where you like wait on an elevator, or that where there's a certain timer where if you wait too long the game will say, yeah, you cleared all the enemies, let's progress you. So I tried to take advantage of those moments, and so I'd try to be playing 2 games at the same time and have the 3rd game at an auto-scroller so that I could be making progress on all 3 at the same time. It wasn't easy and I wasn't always perfect, but I tried to route it in a general way that I could juggle the games that way.
Ich glaube es nicht, die ziehen sich zurück. Wir haben gewonnen. Die Träger brechen durch, Sir. Sie nehmen Kurs auf Kairo. Cortana, konzentriertes Feuer auf den ersten Träger. Admiral.
The best was when one section was on like an auto-scroller. One section was on a section where you could just hold forward, and so I could focus on the other controller. And so I could be making progress on all 3 games with pretty minimal effort. The worst was when all 3 were at an auto-scroller, because that meant I was wasting time. I wasn't actually using my hands at all.
Die Sache ist dringend, Chief.
Schüttelt es ab, Marines! Absturzstelle räumen! Los, los, los!
Sergeant, ich brauche Sie auf dem Vogel.
What do I need if I wanted to mod my OG Xbox? Or not my OG, my 360. I just need a USB stick? Is that all I need? If I wanted to mod my 360? And what all can I do? Can I, once I have it modded, can I like boot any game? As long as I have the like XEX or whatever it is. Like how versatile is the mod right now? Is it supposed to get better? I know it's something you have to do every boot, but once I get into the state where I have it modded, I can then boot into any game, right? Potential soft mod is on the way. Yeah. I don't know. I probably won't care to mess with it right now. I'll wait till it gets a little bit better. I heard Grimdoomer on Twitter say that he's gonna have maybe something by the end of the year, or maybe something soon. So I'll probably just wait until it gets even better before I care about it. But it might be interesting to have a modded 360. Maybe I could test some things better on Halo 2 Classic, like with mods, because currently we don't have great mod tools to really test the 360 version. We have OG modded Xboxes, but they don't behave like with lag and like all the optimization. Like they're not exactly the same as Classic, and they're a little bit more cumbersome just to like play. So if I could do all the testing and experimenting with mods on a 360, that would be kind of cool. You're gonna try to beat every 360 game? Good luck. I have every OG Xbox game on one of my modded Xboxes. I can't remember how big it is, but it's a pretty big list. Is it like 1,000 games or something like that, I think? I think it's right about 1,000. You're a gamer, name every 360 game. Halo 3. That's it. Checkmate. TMR did all NES games. Yeah, a couple people have done all NES games. But those games are also generally shorter and two-dimensional, and you can beat many of those in a day. It's hard to beat an Xbox game in a day. I guess it depends on your definition of beat as well, but I think the library is also slightly smaller. I can't remember what the size was, but I mean, and that was a huge undertaking. That took him a couple years of playing games every day. But yeah, TMR did do it. There was a guy named Somewes on Twitch. Or was it Wes Copeland? Wes Copeland was his name. Different guy. He was doing every Mario game, and it took him like a year. Maybe longer, I can't remember. They might not sound like there's a ton of Mario games, but he was doing the really obscure ones, and he had certain goals for like the Donkey Kong. He was counting Donkey Kong games as Mario games, if they included Mario. And so he was like setting high scores on Donkey Kong Arcade. His like first goal was like to get like 1,000,000 points on Donkey Kong Arcade, which is something that takes like years of practice. And he did end up being like a top 3 or 5 or something Donkey Kong Arcade player, but he ended up maybe 1,000,000 is the wrong number, but he got a really high score. But he did like every Mario game ever, and even the really crazy obscure ones. There was like a couple hundred of them, I think. Yeah, he did Donkey Kong Jr., which is also a difficult arcade game. I remember watching him do that. No way! Insanely bad checkpoint. Yeah, I think Wes Copeland is higher than Billy Mitchell. Even that cheated score. And Steve from King of Kong. Let's see. Blogspot, DK Arcade. Where's the leaderboard? Why is the leaderboard not here? Can I not read? This is the website, right?
Es war nur ein Schiff da.
Did they move the leaderboard? Where did it go?
Sind Sie sicher? Ja, sie nannten es.
Oh, here's the leaderboard. I found it.
Autumn.
Yeah, Wes Copeland is third right now. He has 1.2 million, which is they were in the King of Kong. They were going for 1 million. Was the score?
Aber ich folgte ihr mit allen Schiffen, die ich hatte.
The world record is 1.27 million.
Als Sie Halo das erste Mal sahen, waren Sie geblendet von seiner Schönheit.
Geblendet?
Fasziniert? Sprachlos?
Nein.
Doch konnten die
I'm gonna go use the restroom. I'll be right back.
landeten auf dem Heiligen Ring und entweihten ihn durch ihre Anwesenheit.
Edle Hierarchen. Sicher verstehen die das durch den Angriff der Parasiten.
Ich bitte um Ruhe im Ratsaal!
Es war richtig, dass sie sich auf die Flotte konzentrierten. Aber dieser Dämon, dieser Master Chief...
Als ich entdeckte, was der Dämon vorhatte, es gab nichts, was ich tun konnte.
Edler Prophet der Wahrheit, das muss jetzt aufhören. Bringen Sie diesen Stümper zum Schweigen. Der Rat verlangt es.
Sie sind eines unserer wertvollsten Instrumente. Lange haben sie ihre Flotte ehrenhaft und vorbildlich geführt. Aber ihre Unfähigkeit, Halo zu beschützen, war ein ungeheures Versagen.
Nein, es war Ketzerei.
I'm actually really into arcade games. I like Miss Pac-Man a lot. Miss Pac-Man, Galaga, and OG Pac-Man. I really, really like. I'm good at those. I can roll the score on Galaga. Where basically, if it's on the mode where you get an extra life every like 75 or every 70,000 points, which is the standard, that's what it's usually on, then if you basically, as long as you're good enough to last on average like 80,000 to 100,000 points per every life, you can play infinite. And I can play infinite, not every time, but sometimes. It's funny, it also gets easier the later you go because the bonus stages give you more points, but there's only so many bonus stages, so eventually it wraps back around to the easy bonus stages, and then the easy bonus stages give you a ton of points, and they're very easy, so you're guaranteed to get the bonus. And if you get the bonus on all of them and all of the extra points, then you're getting like an extra life all the time. And so every time you wrap the bonus stages, then you basically get a few extra lives. It's like you can build up a bank. And if you're good enough to do that, you can basically play forever. But if you want to get a high score, you have to intentionally die at a certain time, because the high score doesn't count when you wrap. So if you want to be on the leaderboard, you need to get to all like 999 as like the whole score, and then when you die, it kills the ship that blew you up. So you need to take into account the last 50 points. So you waste your lives and you get 50 points. You waste your life and you get 50 points, and you try to make it line up at like 999990, which is 10 less than a million, because that's the best score you can get. That's the way to take over the leaderboard. I've never actually beaten Miss Pac-Man, but I'm good enough to. If I were to spend like a week or two grinding Miss Pac-Man, I could make it to the end and like kill screen it. And my high score in OG Pac-Man is only 1 million, which is, I mean, it only is like, it's a top score. But the highest score possible is 3 million. I've never done the perfect pattern. There's a pattern you can learn on OG Pac-Man. If you play it perfectly and you do the pattern, you'll get a perfect score. There's no randomness in that game. So I don't like the OG Pac-Man nearly as much as Miss Pac-Man. Because Miss Pac-Man introduces randomness, which is a good thing for the game because it makes it where a pattern doesn't just win. If I could own any arcade machine, I'd own a Miss Pac-Man though. I really want an OG Miss Pac-Man. They're not that expensive, they're only like $1,000, but I live in an apartment and I can't afford to buy an $1,000 Miss Pac-Man machine. But one of my long-term gamer goals is to kill screen Miss Pac-Man. I really want to kill screen Miss Pac-Man. I was actually thinking about buying a mobile stream setup and like clipping my camera to the side of the arcade machine or something and streaming it with maybe, or like a tripod or something. Like go to a local arcade and stream myself going for it. Do it on MAME. No, I want to do it on a joystick that's real. I don't want to. I mean, I could do it on like a keyboard or plug in a controller and play it on PC, but I want to do it on the real game. Not just for like leaderboard rules or like other people's rules, just for my own personal like satisfaction. I want it to be the game I remember as a kid.
Wo sind denn die Laufräder?
Sein Panzer funktioniert gut, Johnson. Also halten Sie sich zurück. Sie dürfen gehen, mein Junge. Aber nicht vergessen, immer schön langsam.
Keine Bange, ich halte ihm die Hand.
Also, Johnson, wollen Sie
like actual Miss Pac-Man, you know?
nach Hause geschafft haben?
Sorry, Guns. Das ist streng geheim.
Dann eben nicht. Tja, die Justierung Ihres A2-Zielfernrohrs können Sie dann erst...
When I was a kid, the local Dairy Queen had a Miss Pac-Man machine, and it was right by my like where I lived and grew up, like my school and all of that. So I'd play Miss Pac-Man pretty often. And they had this Simon Says machine that was like a memory tester game, and it would flash like lights. It would go like red, green, blue, yellow, and you would have to copy the light sequence. And if you scored a high enough score on the Dairy Queen Simon game, then you would get one free ice cream cone. So I would go there, I'd play the memory game, I would get a free ice cream cone for $0.25, because I mean that's what the game cost, and then I would play a game of Miss Pac-Man. And I did that like pretty often when I was a kid. They made it more difficult to get the ice cream cone, because I don't know if it was specifically because of me, but when I won, they told me, they like didn't believe me. They went and double checked. They told me I was the first person to win on the more difficult version. Yo, what up, John?
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. Besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Did I try winning, or was it an accident? No, I always tried to win at the Simon game. That was the whole point. Was to win a free ice cream cone and then play Miss Pac-Man.
Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung. Hochtüren dicht machen.
Oh, high score. Did I break it? That guy better not kill me. Did that Red Elite die? He did, right?
Oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Tasche?
No. Stop killing me. There are services for renting arcade machines. How long would I estimate it would take? I don't know, anywhere between a couple weeks and a couple months would be my guess. I think no more than like 1 or 2 months. It's hard to know. I don't know. I would guess probably less than 1 month. Certainly less than 2 months would be my guess, but I also thought that it wouldn't take me a year to get the Halo 2 Legendary World Record, so who am I to know?
Naja, der war sowieso völlig veraltet. Das hier ist ein Mark 6. Kam heute Morgen frisch von Songnam rein. Ganz cool bleiben, bis Sie sich an die Neuerungen gewöhnt haben. Als erstes testen wir Ihre Zieleinrichtung.
It's not a bad idea to consider renting one, though.
Blicken Sie jetzt auf das untere Licht. In Ordnung. Blicken Sie noch einmal auf das obere Licht. Das war's. Und jetzt nochmal auf das untere. Okay. Alles in Ordnung. Moment. Ich halte jetzt die Inhibitor.
I don't know how much it would cost. You know, I'll ask Alex tonight. I know a guy who owns a bar and a renting service that rents arcade machines. And I'll go ask him tonight, because I'm gonna see him tonight.
Passen Sie gut auf, denn ich erkläre das nur einmal. Hier werden Ihre wiederaufladbaren Energieschilde getestet. Die Schilde Ihres neuen Panzers sind extrem robust, sehr effizient. Bingo! Sehen Sie, die laden viel schneller wieder auf. Suchen Sie bei abfallender Schildenergiedeckung, bis sie wieder voll aufgeladen ist.
Oder er versteckt sich einfach hinter mir. Sind Sie fertig mit dem Jungen? Wo sind denn die Laufräder?
Sein Panzer funktioniert gut. Sie dürfen gehen, mein Junge, aber nicht vergessen, immer schön langsam.
Keine Bange, ich halte ihm die Hand.
Also, Johnson, wollen Sie mir nicht endlich erzählen, wie Sie es heilen?
How hard was it in the beginning days when I began to swordfly? It's hard for me to give you a valid perspective because I was one of the first people to implement a lot of the swordflies into the run, and they came like one at a time. So when I first started, you didn't really have to swordfly at all. And then I added in, like, the Cairo Spacefly was one of the first ones I added, but I could stand still and, like, take my time, and so it wasn't that hard. I could try it over and over again. So, I mean, really, it just came over a long period of time for me. As they got added into the run, I just, like, got better at them. But yeah, sword flying's pretty hard. It takes a lot of practice. The one thing I would recommend is making sure you're letting go of switch weapons. And you need to let go of it before you press X. So the combo is YXR. Switch weapons, reload, shoot. But you need to make sure that you release Y before you press down X.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Oh, come on.
Keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Not restarting. No. Wait, it worked out. Alright, it's not too slow, it's fine.
Oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Taktik?
Na los, Chief, hier lang.
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Ball.
Yo, what up, Christian? Hope you had a good time.
Sir,
Erste Echelon zu mir.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Schaltet sie nacheinander auf. Zweite Echelon,
Chief muss
kümmert
mir
euch
aber
um die
helfen.
Träger. Finden Sie die Bombe.
13
Im
Kreuzer,
Lauf.
2 Sturmträger.
Cortana, Ziele aussuchen
Jetzt
und
wird's
Feuer
laut.
frei.
Come on, don't kill me.
Wir haben gewonnen. Auf Kairo. Cortana,
Thank you.
konzentriertes Feuer auf den ersten Träger. Admiral,
What's up,
knöpfen Sie sich den
Burns?
zweiten vor.
Burn. Don't
Der erste
forget.
Träger ignoriert uns völlig, Sir. Er hat das Trümmerfeld der Malta in Richtung Erde durchbrochen. Übrigens, die Bombe wird von einem ganzen Haufen Eliten bewacht. Sie werden sich etwas ausdenken müssen.
Okay, come on. Are you guys all hiding over here? That was weird. Usually there's people over here, not all over here. Whatever. Good enough.
Die Sache ist dringend, Chief.
Schüttelt es ab, Marines! Absturzstelle räumen! Los, los, los!
Yeah, sword fights are pretty satisfying. They're one of the best glitches in the Halo franchise just because of how flashy they are. Like, it's very obvious exactly what's going on, how much distance you're covering, how quickly you're covering it. It's like, there's no hidden information, really. It's pretty obvious what's going on. It's like the perfect speedrun trick. It's not too glitchy, it's not too out of bounds, it doesn't make you think, oh, that guy's cheating, it makes you think, oh, that guy's flying. And I think that's a good distinction. Because some glitches, when you see people do them, they just teleport to the end of the game, and you think, okay, well, he kind of cheated, right? But I don't think sword flying fits in that same bucket.
Die meisten Allianztruppen sind direkt unter dem Träger. Die wollen bestimmt nicht, dass sie an Bord kommen. Diese Brücke ist der direkteste Weg zum Stadtzentrum.
I think overall sword flying is the most iconic speedrun trick of like any of the Halos. I think it's like the speedrun trick, really.
Chief, vom Träger sind gerade jede Menge Kapseln gestartet. Die nehmen Kurs auf uns.
Dieser Tunnel führt zur Brücke. Überall Rachen, aber trotzdem besser als Schwimmen. Ich habe die Kampfgespräche der Allianz analysiert. das hier wohl nicht erwartet.
Ich bin Ritchie.
Keine Menschen. Nicht auf der Erde. Verrückt, ich weiß. Das erklärt aber, warum wir mit so einer kleinen Flotte fahren.
Nicht langsamer werden! Ich habe einen erwischt! Juhu! Los jetzt, das ist unsere Chance!
Yeah, that's why I pick up the pistol, is to reset my inventory.
Ah, das wird nie langweilig, Kumpel.
Eins will sich neu formieren. Erinnerst du?
Oh, come on. Have you ever been to Wonderville in New York City? That's where a bunch of my friends play Killer Queen. I play a whole lot of Killer Queen. I used to play more, but I still play a little bit. There's a whole community of people who travel around for this game. It's a 5 versus 5 arcade game. And it's like Super Smash Brothers with the tournaments where there's no online play. If you want to prove you're good, you have to be good locally. You have to show up at your local tournaments and win. And if you want to be good nationally, you have to show up at national tournaments and win. And so every city kind of develops their own local playstyle with good players and different metas where certain strategies are strong or weak among the local scene. And then there's the national scene where it's like, it's a step up and everyone's a little bit better.
Nette Begrüßung.
But I traveled around to basically everywhere in the US and played some tournaments for that game. I got pretty good. A fun game. Won a couple national tournaments. No big deal. Seven.
In dem Gebäude sind ein paar Marines eingeschlossen, Chief. Konzentriert euch auf die Race.
No, I missed. No, we're back so far. Please don't do that in my chat, Heart. My chat's not moving fast enough for you to feel accomplished by spamming a pyramid. just makes it harder for me to read real chat messages. Yeah. Actually, not that much has changed as much as it might seem devious, because a lot of the strategies I did at GDQ were very specifically for GDQ. The world record at the time was like a 140 something, like a 149 or a 144 or something like that. So like, I was taking very safe strategies intentionally because I knew I couldn't make a fool of myself. Like I needed to not die, especially like early on. I needed to be consistent and flashy, because you got to remember, before this run, the organizer of the event told me if I have a bad speed run, Halo will never be at another GDQ ever again. It was like that bleak. Because the person who did Halo before me, Cody, he did 2 different runs, and the first one is known as the worst run of all time, and the second one wasn't much better. It was better, but not by a lot. So like, Halo was known, especially on Legendary, as being very, very hard, and the broader community saw it as too hard to be a consistent speedrun for like a charity. Because whenever like... Hold on, I'm gonna drink some water. Because like, most game communities in the early days of GDQ were sending their best representatives, and Cody was one of the best representatives of the Halo speedrun community back in like 2012 and 2013. So like, if Cody can't do a run consistently and he's one of the best, then it must not be a consistent speedrun, is what the broad perception was. It wasn't until I submitted, and they originally denied me, and they told me, no, you can't do Legendary, it's too inconsistent. How about Easy? And I was like, no, I mean, I promise you I'm good at Legendary, and people in the comments were like, give him a chance, let him do Legendary, he deserves a chance, blah blah blah. He's not Cody Miller. And so people were actually standing up for me in the comments, and they were saying give him a chance, which was pretty cool. Back then the submission process was way different. It was very informal. You posted on the forums and you said, hey, I want to do this, and then the organizer said yes or no, and he gave you a reason why. And everyone personally got a reason why they were rejected, because the community was really small. So like, I actually got a reason with my rejection. As of now, you don't get personalized rejections anymore, but yeah, then people like stood up for me, which was cool. He accepted the run, and he said, we're gonna make it a donation incentive. If people really want to see Legendary, they'll donate for it. So he made it the highest donation incentive of the event. It was like $100,000 or something crazy. And so I had to get the commentators to shill for it. I remember Professor Broman, I remember asking him to really get some hype going for it, and he was hyping it up. And so other commentators were like, yeah, let's get the donation incentive for Halo 2 met. They finally met Halo 2's donation incentive. I got to run Halo 2. And then after I did my run, Mike, the organizer, stopped me in the hallway and he said, you did it. You saved Halo 2. And we did it, boys. We saved Halo 2. And that's why I'm the GOAT. That's right. One of the many accolades that you hang on my shoulder that says, the GOAT. I am also very humble. In one of your streams, you saw I shaved your head. Is it still because of the Cancer Foundation? No, I don't shave my head because of the Cancer Foundation. I shave my head because it's better than going bald. I'm making myself bald to avoid going bald. Well, yeah, because like I still have some hair, but it's just a big bald spot in the middle. That looks weird, especially for a guy in his like late 20s, early 30s, like when I started shaving my head. Like walking around with like a middle-aged man bald spot when you're in your like late 20s, it's not very, it doesn't look good. So your options are like try to do a comb over and hide it, or take some medicine to maybe regrow it, or get a hair transplant, which costs a lot of money and hurts, or shave your head. So I just skipped the line and I shaved my head.
Bewegen Sie sich, ein Gefühl dafür zu kriegen. Wenn Sie fertig sind, treffen Sie mich.
I wasn't like super balding when I shaved my head. Part of the reason I shaved it was just because I wanted to, I didn't want to pay for a haircut, and I was like, my hair's getting kind of long, so I kind of shaved it on a whim. It wasn't something that I really like put a lot of thought into, to be honest. I just did it one night. I shaved it myself. Had like a Britney Spears moment without like the real mental breakdown. And then I just kept shaving it, and I never let it like regrow like really completely. And then I let it grow out kind of long during the pandemic again. It actually, I don't know, one of my GDQ runs I had kind of long hair, you can see. And it wasn't that bad at that time. But after the pandemic, I didn't go to, or like during the pandemic, I didn't like go to the hairdresser or anything, and so I started shaving it again, and I haven't stopped shaving it recently. I like shaving my head, to be honest. It makes showers like super quick and easy. I don't have to worry about like drying my hair, like coming over here and putting on my headphones after taking a shower. Like with wet hair, you don't really want to do that, you know. Now with no hair, it's easy. I'm already dry by the time I've walked from my shower to my chair. Drying off's never been quicker. Showering in general is quicker. I think I look good. I like the way I look. I'm not a super vain person. I'm not trying to like impress everybody with like flashy stuff, but I think I look fine. I like the way I look.
Schon den ganzen Morgen treffen Schiffe ein. Man erfährt wenig, aber das wird bestimmt eine große Sache.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
What just happened? This box made me look bad. And we're riding the train again. I know it's boring when I reset Armory a lot, but my goal right now is to get a good run with Armory included. I already have the world record with starting at Cairo Station, but I want to get a good run starting at the real beginning of the run. I don't necessarily need to beat my my 120.27, but I want to be in the same ballpark. I want to get a run that's around that same time. 119 is possible, but anything in the low 120s is what I want.
Naja, der war sowieso völlig veraltet. Das hier ist ein Mark 6. Kam heute Morgen frisch von Songnam rein. Ganz cool bleiben, bis sie sich an die Neuerungen gewöhnt haben.
What year was Armory excluded from World Record Runs? I can't even remember. Like 17 or 18, maybe.
Blicken Sie jetzt auf das untere Licht. In Ordnung. Blicken Sie noch einmal auf das obere Licht. Das war's. Und jetzt
I've always
noch auf
kind of
das
been
untere.
like against it. I don't mind what anyone else does. Like, I think if you don't want to play a level, just don't play it. But I think there's a certain prestige to actually playing all of the levels. Like, speedrunning should be fun. Like, play it the way you want. But I think if you want to really truly claim that you beat the entire game, I think starting at the start is just a little bit more honorable.
Die Schilde Ihres neuen Panzers sind extrem robust, sehr effizient. Bingo! Sehen Sie, die laden viel schneller wieder auf. Suchen Sie bei abfallender Schildenergiedeckung, bis sie wieder voll aufgeladen ist.
Skulls are allowed, they're just not allowed to be turned on before the run is started. You can pick up skulls in the middle of a run. I do, I pick up the envy skull during the speedrun.
Immer schön langsam.
Keine Bange, ich halte ihm die Hand.
Also, Johnson.
You can't start with them from the beginning because
nach Hause geschafft haben?
on this game in particular you haven't unlocked them yet. How am I supposed to have the skulls? I haven't gotten to those levels yet. I'm at the beginning of the game. If you pick up the skulls as you go in Halo 2, they will activate and you can use them. If you mean for Master Chief Collection speedruns, people do skull speedruns. It's a different category. Just nobody cares about them because they're kind of silly. You basically end up just like Sputnik launching through everywhere. Like they're just kind of silly.
Cairo ist nur eine von 300 geostationären Plattformen. Dieses MAB-Geschütz durchschlägt Schlachtschiffe der Allianz wie Butter.
Is the camo skull the only one that helps? Sputnik could technically help as well. It's too late in the speedrun though. It's on Quarantine Zone. And there are a handful of places where it could be helpful on Quarantine Zone. But like on Gravemind, technically maybe you could do some grenade jumps. On Uprising, you're sword flying the whole time, so the grenade jumps aren't really helping on Uprising. High Charity, you have a flood on your head, so it's not really helping on High Charity. Great Journey, the hallways are too tight for like launching the ghost in the hallways. So there's not really any ghost launches on any of the levels like once you pick up the skull. If I were to make a task, I would pick up the skull, the Sputnik skull, because it would save time if you did all of those launches. But as a human, I just don't. It's not worth it yet. It might someday. I don't know. That's definitely something that could be done, is more launches with Sputnik. You out there, Fortune? Are you listening? Find some Sputnik launches. On levels past QZ? Yeah, ones that could be feasible in the run. So QZ included. There is a double nade you can do with Sputnik right at the big door that opens. You can launch all the way across the map. It's really hard to survive though. But there literally might be enough time save. If you did want to look into something, if you're itching, that is another place that could be exploited.
Oh oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Does Sputnik affect pressure launches? I don't think so.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
The problem is, Ja, most of the multi-game ones aren't like authentic Miss Pac-Man. They're like a digital version, and they're not good. They're not the same. I mean, maybe I could like just get over it and play those, but I would really prefer it to be either the OG Miss Pac-Man or the Galaga Miss Pac-Man combination, because some of those have the same feel. Because some of those are actually like OG, but I would really prefer it to be like not one of the reproduction era versions. That's the one that's my favorite to play. As you know, I'm an old man who likes the original. The digital ones are not as good. They have like, they'll save your high score, which is cool, and some of them allow you to continue. There's no continues in Miss Pac-Man. I really hate the modern Miss Pac-Man arcade machines allow you to continue, and it's the worst thing ever. I hate it. You shouldn't be allowed to continue. That's nonsense. You lost. You get nothing.
Cortana, konzentriertes Feuer auf den ersten Träger. Admiral, knöpfen Sie sich den zweiten vor. Formiert euch!
Das ist übel. Wirklich übel.
Der erste Träger ignoriert uns völlig, Sir. Er hat das Trümmerfeld der Malta in Richtung Erde durchbrochen. Übrigens, die Bombe wird von einem ganzen Haufen Eliten bewacht. Sie werden sich etwas ausdenken müssen.
Good day, sir. You lose. Good day, sir.
Die Sache ist
What a
dringend.
classic.
Schüttelt es ab, Marines! Absturzstelle räumen! Los, los, los!
Also, I really like Turbo Miss Pac-Man, which is the more popular version, but it's actually not the authentic version. So I complain about being an old man, but Turbo Miss Pac-Man is the one I fell in love with, and that's the one that I really want to kill screen. There's original Miss Pac-Man is way slower, but it wasn't very popular, so they added a turbo mod that's just like an expansion that you can add into the PCB, and it makes Miss Pac-Man move faster. And it made for the game to finish quicker, and it made the game more fun. And so like basically every bar owner or like arcade owner who owned a Miss Pac-Man, even back in the day, they all got the Turbo Miss Pac-Man chip because it was worth it. I much prefer the Turbo, even if it's not the actual true OG. Most people who have played Miss Pac-Man have probably only played the Turbo version because it's the most common.
Wir wollen bestimmt nicht, dass sie an Bord kommen. Diese Brücke ist der direkteste Weg zum Stadtzentrum.
So it's kind of the default version, which is kind of the real one, if that makes sense. The OG one's actually harder because the Turbo version only makes Miss Pac-Man faster. It doesn't make the ghosts faster. So you're just playing on like easy mode basically. It's not I mean really it's not that much easier because you're moving really fast and the ghosts maybe do move faster but not at the same rate. I think it's they just didn't improve at the same rate. But either way, why are you not getting in? Either way, it's easier. Like, when you're faster, it's easier. I can't believe that Marine just trolled me so hard. If you get the OG version, can you remove the turbo upgrade? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's easily removable. I don't think it's usually a permanent installation. Some people may solder it in or something, but I don't think it's usually a permanent installation. If it is soldered in, it's like easily soldered out kind of thing. I don't own one, so I don't actually know the maintenance, but the way these arcade machines work is basically there's just a PCB board that plugs into a monitor. The monitor is a special type of arcade monitor with like hookups and harnesses that connect to a PCB board. And the PCB board's like just exactly what you imagine a big circuit board looking like. A big green circuit board with a bunch of components and doohickeys on it. And those doohickeys are like what is the game. It's like the programming logic and the transistors and the resistors and all of that stuff. And you can even swap them out. So you can have like a Miss Pac-Man shell with all the wood and the monitor that looks like Miss Pac-Man, but then on the inside you can put in any game you want. They're mostly like hot swappable, so you could make it be Donkey Kong or Galaga or any of the, like Dig Dug or any of those kind of games. They all like take the same kind of input on a PCB for the most part, and they all have the same controls for the most part. You just hook them into the joysticks. And so I think the way that the turbo mod works is it's just a chip that you plug into that PCB. It might need to be soldered on, but if it does, then you could just solder it off as well. I mean, the code is embedded in the chips, and the chips are embedded on the PCB. So you have different, like, logical chips. It's kind of like any cartridge-based media, like, have you ever looked inside of like an old school Game Boy game? It's just or like an N64 cartridge. It's the same as that, just bigger. It's a big rectangle. But if you've ever looked like the inside of a Nintendo 64 game is just like a big green rectangle with a bunch of like black squares on it. Those black squares are each individually chips. And some of those chips are things like, depending on what like generation you're playing, they're like different like levels of like arithmetic logic units and processors and gates for like and or nor, or there's all kinds of different functions that these little chips have, and they do things like keep track of score and count and save your progress and do all the little like logic for the game. But it's all done through gate logic and simple programming mostly. It's all like assembly level programming. No, I just missed 2 grenades. Are you trolling me? Yeah, I just deserve to die there. Ugh, man. Today's grind hasn't been that bad doing only Armory runs. I'm having a good time streaming, but this might be my last run here. I've already been live for 5.5 hours. It hasn't dragged on too bad. We've spent a lot of time on Armory, but not too much time. I had a run make it to Regret, I had a run make it to Sacred Icon. I had a few runs make it to Metropolis. It hasn't been a slog of a stream. I don't know, my goal is to get a run that includes the start. Even if it takes an extra 3 minutes every reset, I really want to do it. I think it can be done. Also, Korn, I think I missed this 10 minutes ago. 126 months, thank you so much.
Naja, der war sowieso völlig veraltet. Das hier ist ein Mark 6, kam heute Morgen frisch von Songnam rein. Ganz cool bleiben, bis Sie sich an die Neuerungen gewöhnt haben. Als erstes testen wir Ihre Zieleinrichtung. Blicken Sie auf das obere Licht, bitte. Gut. Blicken Sie jetzt auf das untere Licht. In Ordnung. Blicken Sie noch einmal auf das obere Licht. Das war's. Und jetzt nochmal auf das untere. Okay. Alles in Ordnung. Moment. Ich schalte jetzt die Inhibitoren ab. Bewegen Sie sich, um ein Gefühl dafür zu kriegen. Wenn Sie fertig sind, treffen Sie mich.
I should probably stop soon. I think this is gonna be my last one. 5.5 hours of playing is enough.
Passen Sie gut auf, denn ich
Because if this run completes, that'll be 7 hours of playing. That's plenty.
Die Schilde Ihres neuen Panzers sind extrem robust, sehr effizient. Bingo! Sehen Sie, die laden viel schneller wieder auf. Suchen Sie bei abfallender Schildenergie Deckung, bis sie wieder voll aufgeladen ist.
Oder er versteckt sich einfach hinter mir. Sind Sie fertig mit dem Jungen? Wo sind denn die Laufräder?
Sein Panzer funktioniert gut. Sie dürfen gehen, mein Junge, aber nicht vergessen, immer schön langsam.
Keine Bange, ich halte ihm die Hand.
Also, Johnson, wollen Sie mir nicht endlich erzählen, wie Sie es heil nach Hause geschafft haben?
Sorry, Guns. Das ist streng geheim.
Dann eben nicht. Tja, die Justierung Ihres A2-Zielfernrohrs können Sie dann erstmal vergessen.
Mann, der hat vielleicht eine Laune. Vielleicht hat ja Lord Hood vergessen, ihm eine Einladung zu schicken. Die Erde. Hab sie seit Jahren nicht gesehen. Bei meiner Grundausbildung war das orbitale Verteidigungsnetz noch reine Theorie. Und jetzt das. Kairo ist nur eine von 300 geostationären Plattformen. Dieses MAB-Geschütz durchschlägt Schlachtschiffe der Allianz wie Butter. Wenn die Athen und die Malta koordiniert feuern, kommt nichts heil an diesem Kampfverband vorbei. Schon den ganzen Morgen treffen Schiffe ein. Man erfährt wenig, aber das wird bestimmt eine große Sache.
Alright, here we go. I think this is the last round. Oh. did that.
Weglaufen! Weglaufen!
Will you die? That didn't stick. Man. Alright, I gotta stop. I gotta take a break. Thanks everybody for watching. I'll be back tomorrow, most likely. I really appreciate everyone supporting. I kind of enjoyed the Armory grind. I hope you guys didn't think it was too reset heavy, but I'm gonna try to get a good run that includes that mission. I'll be back tomorrow. See you guys.